minute if the original proves to be unsuccessful. It's the definition of plan B.
This that old school cash shit, that old school cash feel. Get an old school mattress, do an old school backflip. Cause niggas trip when scriptures flip, and bitches dip when figures slip. The music ain't for real people, the Buddhists ain't for real either. Shit, what you gonna do? My nigga, what I want to. But I been conforming, something that I won't do. This that UGK and Ghetto D, this that pistol bug baller G, this that trap music Project P, this that G's good at MOB, this that.
See, by nature, we attempt to tell people what we think they want to hear, even at the expense of compromising our own character. But your true colors gonna eventually show. You should've went plan B in the first place, nigga. Yeah, let's go.
I'm a trendset, bitch. Twice we ain't been yet. Obama and them, man, they been six. Michelle like where your friends at. I came in, no promotion, no stamp, poster closing. Jet shit after legends, power for Post Malone. Look at my stock then. Nah, I ain't top 10. Haters saying I ain't hitting that hard. Why you ain't flop then? Feel shit, real shit, trill, bitch. Give me head, pop quit. Nice gave me the key to the game. Look, they said locked in. I wanna introduce the newest dude, then introduce the news to you. Before they get used to you, this square business rule is cute. Cause who would knew that you would ruin music for the few that really knew it's true. Not all the youth is goofy dudes, tight jeans, and can't rap groovy tunes. I pull up on the newest school like, nigga, fuck on the tune. Alright, that's enough. I'ma stay in my lane, you can catch the bus. You love something and it just lack the lust. You go find it fast enough. That don't mean you don't love what you had before, it just mean you ain't know what to ask for, nigga.
If you fail to plan, that mean you plan to fail. Excuses only please those who make them, my nigga. Go for yours. Plan B.
Yeah. Let me up out this box. They can't hold me, baby, I'm so free. Me and my nigga don't want no props. Just that money, baby, you owe me. Baby told me, come get this box. She so horny and my tank gon' eat. I'm on 24, hope the God won't stop. Cause she got something that she won't show me. Hey, ma, we speeding as I'm looking for the metro. Drug gas, but a nigga out of petrol. Bumping me as I hit the drink and say a prayer. I pull up, see this nigga, cause she said he wasn't there. Shit, fuck it, I post him like a player. But now I think that nigga see me in the car. Watching Martin episodes, it's a TV in the car. And all I hear was, hey, you got this nigga CD in the car, bitch.
What's going on, born rich brother?
What's going on with you, sis? How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well, sis. You enjoying your Saturday?
Of course.
Nice.
But I had to hit this panel.
Yeah, you already know, sis. First and foremost, welcome everybody to the channel, man. Thank y'all for tuning in, man. It's another episode of Rhetoric. We are here, man, on a beautiful Saturday, man. It's hot as shit outside, guys.
Yes, it is. I agree.
It is hot as shit, man. But I hope everybody's enjoying their Saturday, man. I know I am. Wanted to do this show today because I just can't get around this. Roe versus Wade has been overturned, and everywhere I look, it's just the talk, right? So I always say I'm using YouTube as my diary. I want to be able to look back on this channel 20, 25 years from now, and I just don't want to miss any topic. So this is a topic we're going to get into it today, man, and that's why I titled it this way. So basically, Roe versus Wade, right? It was it pretty much made abortions legal in the United States, right? And we're going to get into that. We're going to get into all of that. So what happened, I think, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. So what happened yesterday is the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, essentially making abortions illegal in America. And everybody's up in arms. And I titled the video this because this is what I've been hearing. People are saying, okay, old white men think that women aren't smart enough to decide what they should do with their body. So I said, okay, let's get to it. Let's talk about it. Well, I got my sister here on the panel. What was your first thoughts about essentially abortion being illegal?
Well, first of all, I mean, if you're gonna go off your title, I'm very offended
Okay. Okay.
with the
I
aspect
understand.
of what women can and cannot do as far as making decisions with their bodies. That
Yeah.
just threw me for a loop. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, but like I said, the reason I said that is, is when I
To
when
get
I
the
say,
conversation going, I get
yeah,
that. I
there you
get
go, there
that.
you go. A little
I
little
get
click.
that.
Oh, hold on.
You
Oh,
know,
my bad, my bad. But yeah, a little clickbait. Little clickbait ain't never hurt
right,
nobody.
right. I get that. But far as this decision,
Yeah.
uh, first of all, I have to say, if those are scheduled to have it done, um, still go to your appointment.
Okay.
Don't mean I agree with it or disagree with it. It's your body. You do what you want to do. That's first and foremost. But
I'm kind of
just
there.
because they're saying it's illegal now
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily mean it's illegal.
There you go. We're
You
gonna
know,
get into
things
all
don't
of that. We're gonna get
things
into
don't
all of
turn
that.
around and just get put
There you go.
set in stone just because of one decision. This is going to be uh uphill battle.
Yeah, it is.
Period.
And when I say they essentially made it illegal, so this is what my brother, shout out to Black Peace. Hopefully my brother Black Peace. I've been following him on social media today, and he's been all over it. So essentially the Supreme Court gives its opinion. You understand what I'm saying? It gives its opinion. Now, abortions are going to still be on a state by state basis. It's kind of like when they legalize marijuana. Now, the Supreme Court can legalize marijuana, but it's still on a state by state basis. You know what I mean? And I know African Goddess is in California. I read where some official, the mayor, the governor, somebody in California said, fuck that. It's still legal to get abortions in California. He actually said he wants California to be a safe haven for people who want to get abortions. And most liberal states are going to have that stance. You know what I mean? Most liberal states are going to have that stance. Now, when it comes
Correct.
to Tennessee, Tennessee ain't going. If that shit's illegal, they're going to shut that shit down and it's illegal. I have to do a little bit more research on Tennessee. I read something whereas I don't know. I think I read something. I don't want to get it misquoted, but I read something like Tennessee may make an exception for incest. It's a sick country, man. We live in a sick fucking country, but hey, we're here. You know what I mean? We are here. So that was it. Let's get to all right, let's do this. Let's go step by step. Let's go to the original Roe versus Wade. All right, do a little history time really quick. All right, a little history real quick. Let me share my screen. And you guys don't forget, hit the like button. I already got the link pinned in the chat. So if you want to come through, it's an open panel discussion. You guys want to come through and chop it up with us, then come through, man. We're gonna get on the abortion topic today. So all right, here we go. Just quickly. So Roe versus Wade decision was a landmark decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in 1973. It was a landmark decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in which court ruled that the Constitution of the United States generally protects a pregnant woman's liberty to choose to have an abortion. The decision, which struck down many U.S. federal and state abortion laws, fueled an ongoing debate in the United States about whether or to what extent abortion should be legal. Who should decide the legality of abortion, and what the role of moral and religious views in the political sphere should be. It also shaped debate concerning which methods the Supreme Court should use in constitutional adjudication. All right. So pretty much they left it up. To the states, but they essentially said it's legal. It's legal in the United States, and we'll just leave it on a state by state basis, right? And now this new decision it overturns that. So essentially, it makes it illegal, abortion illegal on a state by state basis. So now that we know that, I can move that out the way, right? So now that we know that, you're getting a lot of people that's saying, okay, how in the hell can these white men decide what women should do with their body? I agree. Of course, y'all know Born. I think it's way, way deeper than that. I'm going to actually show a clip to where we kind of know it's deeper than that. But yeah, man. Yeah, they want people to have babies, man. Have babies. Have babies. But I think when it comes to America, it's don't have black babies, but have babies. So
No. You gotta remember, it's yes, black people have babies. But the simple fact is that's where you get the CPS to come in, take our babies, do all kinds of weird stuff to our babies, as well as you're seeing now how our babies are being killed. So imagine being in the foster care system, being killed and used for our melanin, being used for our body parts. Come on now. They know that black folks aren't going to use contraceptive correctly. They're going to turn around and have these babies thinking, okay, well, I'm going to get on the welfare system and whatever other mentalities that run through some of these women's minds when it comes down to having a baby and not to have a baby. But the system is looking at it as, yep, we're going to have another one that we're going to be able to use its body parts, get its melanin, destroy it any way possible.
well, I hear you on that, sister, but then we've already had this conversation of, if that's the case, why is there so many Planned Parenthoods in the black community and not in the white community? You see what I'm saying? And that's probably a way, that's kind of like what you're saying too. Like that's a way to get that fetus and study that fetus also. So it's kind of the same, but I still think they want the numbers to dwindle. That's just me personally. Of course, they want to experiment, but they also want the numbers to dwindle. Hence why you have extremely more abortion sites in the black community than you do in the suburbs. It's just what it is. But I want to let me play this, y'all, because we're talking about Roe versus Wade. This is let's check this out real quick. Like I said, shout out to my brother Black Peace, man. He's been dropping that hot fire when it comes to this. So right here, God damn it, hold on, guys. Damn, my computer wants to go slow. All right. So this says, did you know Roe versus Wade was passed only because Roe lied about being raped? She admitted it on live TV. Let's play this. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, fam.
Jane Roe's story was a terrible one. She said she had been gang raped, gotten pregnant, was desperate to get an abortion. That's what everyone believed, as long as Jane Roe remained anonymous. When she went public, she told a different story.
You were raped while you were in Georgia?
No, I wasn't.
You were not?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, so all those stories that are in the books and so forth are not true?
Yes, sir. Yes.
They're not true.
Right.
And it turned out that lying wasn't the only embarrassment this darling of the pro-choice forces presented. In her personal treatise published last year, Norma McCorvey told the story of her somewhat sordid life. Then she still adamantly supported abortion. Now she adds that to the list of sins she took with her into the baptismal pool.
I've cheated people out of money. I've sold drugs. I was an abusive alcoholic for many, many years. I've done a lot against his teachings. But I think the far greater sin that I did was to be the plaintiff in Roe versus Wade.
So there you have it. So this whole Roe versus Wade decision happened in 1973 was all based on a lie. It was based on a lie. And let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you about that lie. All right, boy. We got to get racy. I got to get racy with it now. Now that I was raped by a pack of niggas narrative has always been prevalent in America. You can look up anywhere from Emmett Till to fucking that's how Black Wall Street was destroyed. I did a show on this channel about the Red Summer, where there's a lot of uprisings and a lot of race riots, and most of those race riots started because a white woman said this black man whistled at her or grabbed her on her ass, and then we noted 30, 40 years later, some of these women come out and say, oh, I made it all up. After bodies have been dropped, lives have been lost. And now these people can just come out casually and say, well, I made that shit up. So I'm always weary. And then people wonder why Born is always weary. I'm just always weary of these type of stories. But anyway, I just wanted to show that to let y'all know Roe versus Wade, the original premise was based on a lie. You know what I mean? The white woman said, hey, I went to Georgia. I got gang raped by a bunch of black guys, and I don't want this Negro baby in me. Can we please pass a law to where I can get this Negro baby out of me? And of course, the white politicians are going to say, what, girl, you got a Negro baby in you? Hell yeah, we're going to change the laws. And that's some bullshit. You know what I mean? What's going on, Brother Kill? How you doing, bro?
I'm good, brother Born, man. As usual, brother, good topics.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate allowing me on the panel. We got the African goddess as well.
Yeah, that's my sister right there, man.
Peace, Brother Kale. How are you?
Not too bad, Queen. Not too bad. Not too
good. Good.
All right, so Kale, I'm gonna catch you up to speed, but I don't know how long you've been tapped in. So America just overturned the Roe versus Wade. The Supreme Court overturned the ruling, which essentially makes abortion illegal on a nationwide status, but it's still up to each of the 50 states to decide how they want to do it. And it's pretty much separated by liberal states and conservative states. You know what I mean? The liberal states like your Californias and your New Yorks and shit like that, they're saying, hey, it's legal to have an abortion in our state. So if your state says it's illegal, come to California, come to New York, get your abortion and go back home. Go ahead, Kel.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, the black man's got a lot of work to do, man, because in one way it's good that they've made it illegal in certain states. And at the same time, if we understand the African descendant woman, because there's no economics generational wealth for her, so to say, and that's the only option. So we've got a lot of work to do, and we have to kind of secure her and let her know that you don't have to go to that procedure due to certain circumstances of white supremacy. But the second thing as well, brother, is because our dopamines towards the European woman, the European man has definitely marketed his woman as a great product that the black man, unfortunately, will definitely want to buy that product. So with this product, because they've sold it, they are in the position of making that product be against you as well as for you. So the fact that she can say that she's been raped, is definitely something that we have to look into and control our urges for the European woman, which has been marketable to replace the African woman, unfortunately.
I hear you. Now, this is for you, African goddess. Now, do you think this has been over? Do you think this has anything to do with the numbers declining when it comes to white people and population? African goddess, you there? Okay, I'm if you busy, sister.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
In a sense, yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, because I'm gonna play a
And it,
video.
to me though, it's not off of abortion. It's the factor that trying to hell, I just done lost a train of thought just that quick.
That's okay, sis. You'll get it back. You'll get it back. Let me ask Brother Kel. Same question, Kel. Do you think that the overturn, for them overturning this decision, do you think that has anything to do with the European numbers declining?
Oh yeah, because one of the laws of white supremacy is always propaganda, isn't it? Anything that is allowing a general of a nation that wants to control and dominate, and making that general or that collective be under a threat, then tactics of political science is needed. Unfortunately, that is the case. They are declining, not by us pre-created with them. Sorry, that's just due to them pre-created themselves. So that in political science is definitely dangerous because if they're decreasing and we as the majority are increasing, even though we are being exterminated in a vast amount, in political science, the political scientist has to control that. So it's definitely that is the case, man.
I agree. And y'all can hit the link, anybody who don't agree, because y'all know me and Kel is probably gonna agree a lot on this subject. Let's see. Got another video that kind of piggybacks off the question I just asked. This is everybody's favorite this is everybody's favorite white woman right here.
Jane Roe's story was
destruction
of Planned Parenthood.
Here we go.
Offices. And
hold on. Not yet, girl.
If you don't,
not yet. All right, let me mute up. We'll play everybody's favorite white woman right here.
if you don't understand the destruction of Planned Parenthood offices, and you don't understand the wall that we're going to build on the southern border of the United States, you haven't read the book, The Birth Dearth by Ben Wattenberg. Ben Wattenberg was a brilliant Jewish man who was a member of the American Enterprise Institute. And he wrote a book, the first paragraph of which says, the main problem confronting the United States today is there aren't enough white babies being born in this country. He was an advisor to presidents of the United States. He wrote the book in 1987. He says if we don't change this and change it rapidly, white people will lose their numerical majority in this country, and this will no longer be a white man's land. Now, I'm not misrepresenting this. I'm telling you almost exactly what he says. He says there are three things we can do to solve this. Number one, we could pay women to have babies, as they have been doing in Western European nations for years. Then he says, and these are his words, not mine, unfortunately, we would have to pay women of all colors to have babies, so we don't want to do that. He says the second thing we could do is increase the number of legal immigrants that are allowed into this country every year. Then once again, he says, unfortunately, the vast majority of those wanting to come to this country today are people of color, so we don't want to do that. The third thing he says, and women had better pay attention to this, 60% of the fetuses that are aborted every year are white. If we could keep that 60% alive, that would solve our birth dearth.
Now hear that, family? 60% of aborted fetuses in this country are white. So if we could stop killing these fetuses, that would solve the problem. Coincidence that this Jewish guy wrote this in a book in 1987 and now 2022 it's been overturned? You guys tell me. Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist. Maybe not. I don't know. Kel, she said a lot right there, brother. You agree, disagree? Is this European woman on point?
Yeah, she's on point because when you study the Europeans, they have like a a type of curriculum culture called the Roman Greco culture. Don't know if everyone's ever heard of it, and it's got a lot of and I'm not being disrespectful to nobody, a lot of Catholicism in there, etc. And unfortunately, they believe the European man is that the woman made the man eat the apple. So because of that, there now that anything that the woman does is devilish and also will promote a lot of evil. So we have to keep her in a certain state that she's only just good for a vessel. So the European woman, unfortunately, historically hasn't been given the spiritual enlightenment of what it means to be a female, that you're not just there for a vessel. There's more to it than just procreating and delivering babies. So she's definitely right about that. And you can see why the European woman would abort her children, because she has been indoctrinated that you are no value spiritually, just deliver. So unfortunately, I can understand, and she's right, and that Jewish doctor, that is the mindset that's been put into all European females, unfortunately.
Hey, Soyo, I know you said that as a joke, but I'm hearing a lot of brothers saying that too now as a joke. Everybody like, bro, y'all better wear condoms now, because you can't pay for that abortion. And I kind of agree in that sense, right? It's hard, right? So I always get tricked in this conversation, right? Because I'm gonna say I don't believe in abortions, right? Full transparency, I paid for like 2 of them in my life, but I was young, dumb, didn't know my fucking left foot from my right foot. You know what I mean? So, but now that I'm grown and an adult, I don't support abortions, right? But of course, the women are gonna say, well, let me ask this to Kale. Kale, you pro-abortion or anti-abortion, especially when it comes to black women?
Oh, I'm definitely anti-abortion, brother.
Now,
Definitely.
what if a sister gets raped and gets pregnant? Because that's the natural question that the sister is gonna ask.
Then it's for the community, the synchronized black community, to psychologically, emotionally reassure, as well as a daily routine to help our sister out with this trauma that's happened, and also to help the child that has came in a room by this dramatic event, and at the same time advocate to her that there's support and the child will get support. That is the solution: collective spiritual psychological training for our sister as well as the child.
Yeah, and I said that too. I've said that before on my show. I do have cousins who was raised by aunts and uncles, and that's happened a couple times in my family where the person got pregnant. It wasn't because of rape, but the person was being reckless in a sense, got pregnant, knowing she wasn't ready to have a child. But like Kale said, the family, the community came together and said, okay, have the child, and we'll take the child. You go on about your business. If you want to party, smoke crack, commit crimes, whatever you want to do with your life, go ahead. Don't let this baby hold you back, because we got it. We'll take care of it. My mom was fucking good for doing that. You know what I mean? So, I guess African Goddess, you there, sis? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right,
I'm
let me
here.
ask you. Let me ask you. Go ahead, sis.
Now y'all know I'm doing 6 weeks, correct?
Correct.
Now, at first I had my regret, you know what I'm saying? And I thought about that, which everybody already knows. 1, due to my age. 2, due to, I have birthed 9 children already by my
give
husband.
It up for that sister. Give it up for that sister, man. Give it up. More black babies. More black babies. More black babies. Salute, sister.
So
That's right.
I just don't agree with this decision because of one person's decision about their body, where it took 2 to make this child, and then it's all the pressure is still put on the woman.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And I've also heard this argument, right? So, Kale, I know you said, okay, if she gets pregnant, hypothetically, a woman gets pregnant by, by her assailant, let's call it that, right? She gets pregnant by her assailant, and it would be traumatic for that woman to carry that fetus for 9 months. What would you say to that, Kale? That creates more trauma if she has to carry that fetus for 9 more months after the initial traumatic incident.
That's what I was saying, brother, is that we need to get the synchronized community, professional black psychiatrists to help her through it, because one thing we don't want to do, brother, is that if she does get the abortion and the non-Africans decide to play about and disrupt her womb system inside, brother, that could be very detrimental, because unfortunately they are doing that. They're tampering with the black woman's reproductive system, etc. So we want to limit these things so they don't have to tamper. Whereas if we have a support system, black psychiatrist, the community, synchronization community, of course, every single day, month, yearly, helping her through it. She may have traumatic outbursts, but the community as well as the black psychiatrists are helping her through it. The child gets mentored, the child gets psychological analysis every single day. So just in case if the black woman, due to what's happened, lashes out on the child, because that does happen as well, bro. We got to be honest now. We have that in our family, a lot of us, where the mother will lash out at the child and see the child as what the rapist did. So if we can kind of codify it and make sure that they're both getting support, then there will be no need for her to abort the child.
Now, see, the problem I have with that right there is that most of the time, these psychologists, whether they black, white, pink, or purple, one, have never had children. Two, they so young, they haven't even lived life. And three, they listen to what you or that, client has gone through, but they can't even resonate with the situation. Then you have that child that's came into this world being raised by other family members.
Was a terrible one.
My bad, sis. Go ahead. I was trying to do something on my computer and then start talking. Go ahead. Sorry about this, sis.
It's okay. Where you're having this child raised by other family members, and we all know within the black community, you have that family member that's messy as I don't know what, and will turn around and hurt that child's feelings. And then you're expecting this child to go to another psychologist that's going to basically just patronize them with words, not knowing what this child will go through or what that parent went through psychology-wise while carrying this child. And then there's the part of that woman that does decide to have an abortion, what she goes through psychologically after having that abortion.
Yeah. I understand that.
If you notice, sister, I always use this word, and it's called synchronization. Those who don't understand that synchronization is basically an event or a cause or that operates at the same time at the same rate, right? So in my dialogue I mentioned synchronize black psychiatrists, synchronize community. And the reason why that is that when you're synchronized, you understand, put things in its place. You're not going to dramatize the child. You're not going to dramatize the mother. It's going to be synchronized. This happens, so let's put it in a nice shells and call it wisdom in order to bring the best out in the both of them. We're not going to put them around unsynchronization, and the opposite of that as those who do not understand how to operate in a timing way. This is unsynchronized. So we're not going to allow them to be around those types of individuals or collective. They're going to be around the synchronized.
And that sounds all good. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Yeah, we can't even get it together as a community within our own community. There's always going to be those that are just hateful and evil.
What's going on, brother Buddha? You with us?
Yo, big up Born Rich, big up panel. Long time.
Yeah, long time, brother. But I see you stop in chat. Hopefully you hitting that like button, so you do your job, brother. Salute to you, brother.
I hit the like.
Yes, shout out to
yeah, so it's an interesting conversation. If I believe the topic in you guys are talking about, it's about the abortion, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So forgive me. I'm not too sure exactly what's been passed in Congress. So is abortion completely banned now in the US, or what's the situation?
It's still on a state-by-state basis because the US Supreme Court pretty much gives its opinion and leaves it up to the state.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So what are they celebrating about? What's the...
Well, no. They're not celebrating. People are protesting. Actually, protests going on everywhere because they essentially made abortion illegal. That was their opinion. The opinion of the U.S. Supreme Court is that abortion should be illegal.
So abortion, regardless of what the circumstance, is illegal. But you're saying it's down to the state to decide. Is that right?
Yeah, and you're going to have your liberal states are saying, hey, it's still legal here. Come to this state and get your abortion. But then you have your more conservative states like Tennessee, where I am. They're saying it's illegal here. Like whoever does the abortion, they're going to get charged. And also the patient is going to be charged too with the crime.
And so just so I can clarify my mindset here. So when we talk about abortion, are we talking like there must be some limitations on this, surely?
Yeah, it's always a limitation on the time limit. Each state has a time limit. You know what I mean?
So you can't abort a fetus at the age of, like, say 8 weeks. Surely that's going to be like an illegal thing, right?
Boy, 8 weeks might be legal in Tennessee, bro. 8 weeks. Most women. When do women normally find out? African goddess. Is it what 4 or 5, 6 weeks?
I meant months. I meant months. Sorry, not weeks.
Oh yeah. Well, of course not 4 months.
Okay.
Not 4 months. But you start getting into that 1-2 month territory, 1.5 months. That may be legal, Buddha.
Okay, so all right. So there are some limits. It's not like it's completely like illegal at the moment. All right.
Yeah, it was always limitations. It was always a time limit. Most states, well, all states had a cutoff. This many weeks, no. This many weeks, yes.
So what's the comment? Sorry, the other guest. I don't mean to come in and like take over. So what's
go ahead, Buddha, speak.
What's the consensus at the moment? I mean, I've got my own opinions on this whole situation, but is the panel kind of pro or against this thing here?
I think the panel. Well, I'll let the panel speak. Go ahead, sister, brother Kale. Anybody? I'm either way. I can just say that. I'd rather it be legal because we're going to have these back alley butchers, and then you're going to have a lot of deceased women. You're going to have a lot of protesters that are against it. You're going to have a lot of doctors that, also will be threatened, their families threatened because they do perform these procedures. And again, I just look at it, it's her body. You know, everybody want to put it on the woman. You know, she the one bit the apple. She the one did this. So let it be her decision. Why does it have to be a whole decision? It's
Yeah.
her body. It's something she has to deal with mentally as well as physically. So she's the one who needs to be able to make that decision, and it shouldn't be nobody else to interrupt that.
And I've had
But
talk.
sister,
Oh, go ahead,
her
Kev.
body was given to her by the Creator.
Okay, now here we have
Yeah.
these that want to start bringing religion into it, and you have to
No, no,
once
no, no.
again, or belief. Okay, belief systems. Okay,
Okay.
let me rephrase that. But
Okay.
again, at the end of the day, it's her body.
Okay. Now you got to understand, sister. Like before our Great Fall, right? You know, we've always, always had inclination to the supreme consciousness. Is that these practices are not African unless there was reasons for it to be procedures. So, for example, I can understand if there is health issues that's going to cause um, the African descendant woman to undergo, then I could understand with these procedures, right? But we have to be very careful that our mindset is not the same as the other non-African people. So we have to be very careful with this to my body and etc. Because the Creator gave us these tools for us to use to help our African people, whether they are in America, on the continent, in the Caribbean, in Europe, to facilitate unity and bring the best out. That's why I disagree. It's not necessarily religion, but we know that the Creator is the one that created us and gave us this ability. That's all I'm saying.
And I gotta agree with Kel, Buddha. My stance is I agree. I've been anti-abortion just because I see the play in it. It's more of a eugenics type of deal whenever you can find way more abortion clinics in the hood than you can in the suburbs. Like we know what that's about.
Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know. So let me ask you this then, Born Rich, and to the rest of the participants in the debate here. The morning after pill, would you consider that an abortion? A type of abortion?
Ooh, tricky question, Buddha. Tricky question. I would say no, but this becomes what's a human being, right? That goes to the what's a human being.
Yep,
How old is the fetus
exactly.
before it's a human being conversation? But Buddha, if I gotta give you my honest opinion, I don't think a morning after pill is an abortion, but I'm not a woman. You know what I mean, Buddha? So I can
I don't either, and I wish I had a taken one. Now,
I would say, brother, I would say, brother, that it definitely is an abortion. Anytime you have to use condoms, morning after pill, or any types of procedures, it's definitely classed as a abortion. As I said in my last dialogue, is that the Creator has blessed us with certain engineering entities that we can pre-create and build up the African family. So if you're preventing that due to a lifestyle or due to some form of culture, then you are definitely limiting the pre-creating of African existence. So it is classed as an abortion, unfortunately.
All right, Kel, do you know what? That's a valid point you bring up. Well, I'm not gonna say valid. I'm gonna say interesting point, and I'd like to come back to that. But I'd like to state my opinion on the whole abortion thing.
Go ahead, brother.
My situation, my belief is this: look, if you're gonna have unprotected sex, if you're gonna get pregnant, regardless of the reason, whether it was intentional, whether it was forced, whichever, whatever. My opinion is this: take the morning after pill after the event. Save yourself from getting a fetus inside you. You understand? Because look, if you find out you're pregnant, like in 3 weeks, I don't know what the time scale is, but the minute you find out you're pregnant, okay, the more time you take to think about it, the fetus is getting bigger, and that to me is murder. You're gonna murder once you have a heartbeat. To me, that's a life right there. And so for you to take all the time and I know it's quite kind of crushing what I'm saying, and it's not so black and white, but for me it's pretty simple. If you're the victim of some sort of a crime that involves a sexual act, to be on the safe side, take the morning after pill. Now, I'm not a chemist, I'm not a doctor, I don't know if that's feasible or not, but in my limited thinking, my assumption is take the morning after pill. If you have unprotected sex, even if it's with your boyfriend or whatever, and there's a risk, or take the morning after pill. Don't wait 3 months or 4 months and then start saying, oh, I want to have an abortion. Now that made no sense to me. What do you guys think? Am I wrong or am I right?
So you're saying you're going on a heartbeat? Is that what you're saying, Buddha? You think when it's a heartbeat, when a heartbeat is in the picture, it's murder?
That's life. I believe when a heartbeat is registered, then that would be life. But I may be wrong, and I'm not really set on that.
No, I get you. I get you. So by going by this diagram, quick little Google search or Bing search, whatever, says week 12 is what I'm saying. Day 22, I see a aortic arc. All right, so that means it's coming in aorta arches or arcs. It's coming along with day 27. Day 25, you have a aorta. Week 12, 3 months. 3 months, you have a heartbeat. So what are you saying? Anything before 3 months, going by this is good, Buddha?
So what I'm saying is this: you shouldn't have to wait 3 months to make a decision as to whether you're gonna have a child or not. If you're intent on having a child, then fine, don't do nothing. But if there is a risk of you developing a fetus and having a baby, and you don't want that for whatever reason, then take the morning after pill.
So in America, we would say you're pro-choice. Just like most of the sisters that I've spoken with about this, they say, hey, I'm pro-choice. Let the women or let the people who, had sex decide what they want to do with it. And
indeed,
that's
because it's the bottom line is it's the woman who has the child, not the man. And so therefore the woman ultimately has to make that choice, because ultimately the woman is going to be the mother and going to grow up. And let's be real, there's a plethora of reasons why a woman would decide not to have a child. I mean, look, where it gets difficult is like this. Look, it gets difficult in my mindset if you go for a scan at 6 months or whatever it is, and then you see there's some deformities with the fetus, or whether there's I don't know, a genetic abnormality or whatever the reason is, and then the choice becomes like, what do you do then? That's a very difficult choice. Do you bring the child up with limited capacity, or it's a difficult, I don't even want to go into it because it's a really difficult choice to make, and God forbid, touch wood, that never happens to anyone I know, but someone I do know had something very similar. She had a scan, and the doctors were saying that the child may be born with spinal bifida, and thankfully the child was born healthy, with no abnormalities whatsoever. But if the lady would have listened to the doctor and made a choice of maybe having a termination, that's a prime example of where you're killing a life. And this child that she's had is a lovely, healthy child. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, brother. As I was saying before, I don't believe that it should be the decision should be made by our sisters, because when we look at it psychologically, right, the male and the female, psychologically are very different. Women tend to have extreme, excessive uncertainty than men. So sometimes, you know, when they are in a certain situation, doubts formulate more than when it comes to men's doubt. So if you allow the woman to have this type of decision when she's being very doubtful, or maybe she's feeling a certain way, and due to these feelings, which by the way, doubts and feelings come and go like the blink of an eye, you may have engineered and helped her to make a decision that she may regret, which is why it's for the man to be very firm, very responsible, and to reassure her that while she's gone through her stages of being uncertainty and having certain types of feelings, that the man is always upright to navigate her, to steer her in the correct way, which is why it should not be left to the woman to do these things.
I disagree and agree, Kel. I mean, look, the male would play a certain part within the creation of a child. I agree. I understand that the male should have some sort of an input. But let me pose this question to you, Kel. If a black lady was to be raped by a white man, God forbid, and the black lady, the black sister, decides she's not going to have this child and she's going to have an abortion, would she be right or wrong in that circumstance, given your creation and God analogy?
It should be definitely wrong because, as I said, we as Pan-Africanists, we don't advocate interracial relationship, but we do know that the child automatically, due to its genetic dominant, is an African. So we don't want to kill African life. But at the same time, bro, if we go into our enslavement, the brilliant mindset, courageous of the African and African woman in enslavement, that unfortunately both African man and woman were raped and enslaved, and the woman was carrying the African child who came about of rape, but her bravery, her courage, her resilience towards allowing the enemies to get into her, she still raised her child. And there was a consistency of that. If you read the Thomas Jefferson autobiography, it will tell you a lot in there. So she's capable and have been capable with the help of the African man to raise her child who came out of rape. It's no different now, but we don't want these things to happen to our sisters because they're not there to be raped. You know, if it does happen through that, as I said in my other dialogue, that is for the community to be synchronized to help us psychologically, preferably black psychiatrists, to help the mother and the child through this journey, what they've gone through, and it's for the community to help out as well.
Yeah, I mean, you do make some valid points, Kel, and again, I'm torn because on one side I do agree with you, on the other side I don't agree with you. And realistically, in the society we live in, I mean, I'm sure Thomas Jefferson had a few children with a black slave himself, and I think there was some sort of an argument as to whether the cemetery where the descendants. But that's another story. I digress. But the bottom line is this.
You're right, though. You're absolutely right, though.
Yeah. And so I digress. So the point is this. Look, I feel like the day and the society we live in today, I feel like women are empowered to make their own decisions. Now, I can't, if a woman turns around and says, look, I cannot have a child, I'm going to have an abortion because she's not financially capable of raising that child, or she has had too many children, or she's at risk of health implications from having that child. I can't begrudge her having a termination. However, that termination, like I said, should happen the next day, not 4 months down the line, not 5 months down the line, not 6 months down the line. To me, that woman's worthless, and you know, she's more or less a murderer, and that has implications within itself. Once you have that, whether you've killed purposefully or unfortunately, without reason or whatever. Once you've killed, and it changes you as a human being. So, definitely, I hear what you're saying. I appreciate what you're saying, but I must respectfully disagree. I feel like the woman needs to in this day and age, make informed decisions, not just for the woman or for the father, but for the sake of that child. If the woman's a crackhead or a substance misuser or an alcoholic, do you really want to bring a child up? Is she capable of bringing a child up? What kind of life would that child have? You see my point?
And that's what I was saying to you, brother, is I said this many times, is that if there is a synchronized community, because what we want to do as Pan-African is no different than before, and we're grateful for the likes of the Nation of Islam and the movement of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, the Black Panther Party, etc., is that they also had like synchronized institutions that if our family members became unsynchronized due to drugs and etc., that the collective will always take care of that. So that's what I'm saying is that as long as there is an institution, it doesn't have to necessarily be an expensive building. It could just be a house. It could be some form of like a refuge where the African female can go there, and collective, not just uneducated collective, but for example, our black psychiatrists, our black doctors, and etc., our midwives, and also basically all the science which we are in, which we can advocate economics as well as mentally helping out. If they participate, then it won't be so bad. It's only if we are not doing that, then the black woman will result to or exterminate the child. But as long as there's a productive, synchronized community of her, she'll always be okay. And as long as she submits and goes to that community, because that's another thing. There could be those communities there, but she may not want to go there due to the fact of her feeling doubtful and being judged. But this is her feelings and doubts, which come and go. So as long as, there's people there to help her, then she'll be okay.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, support is always a beautiful thing, especially when it's coming from our own. I get that. However, I feel like what you're proposing is open to abuse, in the sense that there'll be an influx of people using that as a reliance, as opposed to actually having a nuclear family, having a husband, wife, and children. Do you get what I'm saying? It's as a, if the instances of these pregnancies was a small thing, then yeah, that will probably work. But given our place in society and how frequent unwanted pregnancies occur, especially at the teenage years, I feel like that's just gonna be facilitating and not helping. You with me? I think the onus is really to kind of prevent that kind of behavior happening. But listen, man, I'm talking too much. Let somebody else speak. Go ahead, Born Kel.
Yeah, you was good. You good. Let me ask Brother Stanley. You there, Stanley? What's going on, brother? Stanley?
Hey, Born, how you doing?
I'm doing well, brother. Doing well, brother. So I mean,
I kind of want to stay away from the morality of the issue. Abortion is one thing. That's personally, I think that people, be they couples or just a single woman, should make their own decisions within parameters. My big deal is how the Supreme Court basically said, or the reason they said that they're sending abortion back to the states. Essentially, they took away a right. Roe established a right to have an abortion within certain time limits. They've essentially taken it away, and the fundament of why they took it away is they say there's no right to privacy, and having no right to privacy means other things, other rights, other precedents can be overturned as well. That is what I think the real danger is.
All right. Well said, Stanley. What do you think about Stanley? What do you think about this? Is what I've been hearing right on social media. What do you think about the narrative or even the idea of pretty much old white men being able to tell women what to do with their bodies?
Doesn't sound like, listening into the conversation just now, doesn't sound like it's only white men doing that.
Well, the white men have the white men represent the majority of the U.S. Supreme Court.
Well, I just
right.
I'm
They
not
have the
sure.
power, right?
I'm not sure what your point is.
Well, I'm asking you, what do you think about old white men, which is the majority of the U.S. Supreme Court justices, overturning this law, which essentially doesn't let women decide what they want to do with their bodies? What do you?
Well, no, they're basically saying at the federal level, there is no constitutional right for choice. There is no right to have an abortion. They're saying let the people decide via their representatives, and their representatives depend on the state they're living in. So they're not saying you can't do it. They're saying states should decide it.
Well, okay. Well, let's take my state for
Well, no,
example.
I mean that's literally what they're saying. And
Yeah. Well, my state literally, Tennessee literally is saying, yeah, it's going to be illegal. If the U.S. Supreme Court said if the U.S. Supreme Court leaves it up to me, we're going to choose and say it's illegal, and it's always been legal for as far as I've known in Tennessee.
Right. And Georgia, where I live, is going to do the same thing. They've been trying to do this for like 50 years. So no, I don't. I think a woman should choose within certain parameters. And if it's murder, that's between the woman and her God.
So just out of curiosity, Born Rich, and Stanley. So what are the repercussions? So let's have a scenario here. Imagine a lady goes for an abortion, and she has the abortion. What penalties does she face for having said abortion?
Well, if you're in, say, New York State, and they say, hey, it's got to be within 12 weeks or, whatever the time limit is. Outside of that, without some sort of medical reason to do it, she's going to basically it's going to be a criminal offense.
Yeah, I understand
However,
that. So
however, in Georgia, it's going to be totally different. And I'm guessing, at some point, they won't say it's outright illegal. They'll add caveats to it. But
Stanley, I think you misunderstand the question I'm asking. I'm aware of the illegality of the thing. I'm asking what is the repercussion? What is the penalty for breaking the law and having this illegal abortion?
Well, it's a criminal offense. That'll depend on the state too. If the state decides it's murder, then you know what? She's going to face a huge penalty.
Right. So there
but
is.
If she does it, either way, the penalty will be a criminal. She'll be in court facing a criminal charge. That's the penalty.
Yes, I understand that, Stanley. I'm trying to understand what the consequence are. Is she going to be life in prison?
Let's
go. She could wind up in jail.
Let's try to get to it, guys. I'm looking up the Tennessee, right? So Tennessee, a court letter. It says, well, what I've read so far about the Tennessee, what happens in Tennessee now that this has been overturned is that Tennessee was already trying to do a ban because the Supreme Court have been ruling on this for a while. So Tennessee had a thing where they said, okay, look, if the Supreme Court upholds this decision, we're going to make abortions illegal in 30 days. 30 days after it's overturned, we're going to make the shit illegal here in Tennessee to have an abortion. And it's 6 weeks, Buddha, what I read so far. It's 6 weeks. 6 weeks is the cutoff. All right. And so they said 30 days, but now they're putting in a motion to have that expedited. So they want to get it quicker than 30 days.
Back up, Born Rich. So you're saying 6 weeks is the cutoff. So are you saying that if you have an abortion before 6 weeks, it's legal, or?
Yeah, it's legal. It's legal. After
Legal.
6 weeks, it's gonna be illegal.
And so what is the penalty for after 6 weeks?
That's what I'm looking for now, but I was trying to.
You're gonna be charged with a crime.
Here we go. The law makes it a Class C felony for a doctor to perform an abortion in any of those situations, meaning a physician convicted under the law faces 3 to 15 years in prison. That's for the physician. Let's see about the patient. Yeah, that's the doctor. Let's see about the. Does it say anything about the patient? I don't see anything about the patient. Buddha?
Well, here is what's gonna happen. The patient is gonna be at risk of being criminalized too.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna be the law yet. Now, this may
But
just be, especially this Tennessee bill or this Tennessee law, may only affect the doctors, Buddha. But I'm gonna keep researching it, brother.
Well, let me bring up Texas. You remember when Texas brought the case to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled on it yesterday. But what Texas did is basically said, if someone like a third party knows that a woman had an abortion outside of the 15-week limit, you can literally report the woman. So again, it's going to depend on the state, but in Texas, the woman can be charged with a crime. Now, what she'll be charged with, whether it's murder or manslaughter, I don't know that we know that, but the woman can be liable depending on the state.
So let me ask this. I'm assuming that it will be like infanticide, something along those lines. So let me ask this, Born Rich. Has there been an instance of a lady having an abortion and then go into jail for having that abortion? Has that ever happened in the States?
I don't think so, Buddha. I've never heard a story like that, because now that I'm reading these laws and these bills that are being passed, it's looking like they're really holding the doctors accountable. You know what I mean? Like we've heard of like bootleg abortion spots, and they've been raided and those people went to jail. You don't really hear about what happened to the women. Maybe the women don't go to jail, Buddha. I don't know. Like I said, I have to do a little bit more research, but I've never heard of the woman going to jail. But I have heard and read stories about the doctor that does abortions going to jail.
What I want to interject is that's going to be the next phase, because the woman has to seek the doctor out.
No, I feel like it's going to resort back to the old days where people will be crossing into Mexico to do what they got to do and come back. I feel like
Buddha is it's by states though. It's already by states. So you already have state like California has already come out and said, hey, abortions are still legal here. We want California to be a safe haven for women. So Buddha, if it's that serious, catch a plane to California and you can get it.
And that's what people are going to start doing. They're either going to catch a plane or they're going to go to these back alley butchers. That's going to make it worse for all.
Well, one of the interesting things is, and I heard it listening to someone analyzing it on YouTube yesterday. Places like Alabama, places like Texas, there's the possibility that if an Alabama citizen flies to California, essentially don't come back, because if you come back, we're going to penalize you. So, essentially bouncing it back to the states, basically means the state gets to decide how they want to handle it. And it is certainly within a state's range of options to criminalize the behavior of a woman if she crosses state lines. I mean, they kind of created a mess because, you know, at the federal level, a woman has the right, or anyone has the right, to cross state lines. But will they criminalize it? There are a lot of things that are kind of up in the air.
Well, I'm not sure that the state will even find out, because all it takes is a lady to take a pregnancy test from a chemist or pharmacy, find out that she's pregnant, and go over to California and do what she's got to do. I don't think.
Yeah, but she also better make sure no one else knows what she's doing, because in Texas, somebody can narc on her or rat her out, whatever the term is.
Yep. I have heard what Stanley's talking about too. I did see where some states were saying, yo, it's illegal in our state for a reason. You can't run to another state, get an abortion, and then come back. Like, they're trying to put measures in place for that, Buddha. That's for real. I could see Tennessee doing that. I could see Tennessee is a real conservative state. And if you notice, the more conservative states are the ones that likes this decision.
Well, the other interesting thing is, you know, the plan, I think is it Plan B? There is a pill. I don't know if it's the same thing as the morning after, but
it is. Essentially,
but essentially, there's also the postal system. You know, if someone goes out of state to order a Plan B pill, that's open for you know, being criminalized as well.
Hold on, wait, I'm confused now. So are we saying that taking the morning after pill is considered an abortion as well?
Well, not yet, but it's open to possibility.
Wow.
Yeah, I could see that. I can see that. Because if we're making it illegal, I mean, not caping for it at all, guys, but I could understand lawmakers saying, if we're going to make it illegal, we're going to make it 100% illegal. You know what I mean? It's kind of like marijuana in Tennessee. Like, yeah, I can go to fucking New York and smoke weed all day, but I can't bring that weed from New York back to Tennessee because it's still illegal here in Tennessee. So I could kind of see that with those pills.
But then where did they draw the line?
Because the pills are part of the pharmaceutical company, and you're going to be taking money away from them, and that's not going to happen.
Well, no, I wouldn't say. Hold on, real quick, Buddha. The reason I wouldn't say that, sis, because you know we have this pill epidemic going on, right? With all of these, what the fuck is it called? Opium. These opiates. All these opiates is going on, and people will go. I'm in Tennessee. People will run up to Kentucky and bring that shit back, and they'll lock your ass up for doing that. You know what I mean? You can't really. You have to have a lot of paperwork to be in Tennessee with the Kentucky prescription for some opiates. You know what I mean?
This is micromanaging people's lives over here. So imagine they're gonna say, right, so morning after pills are an abortion, and you can't have that. What next? Condoms? Fucking, what we gonna do here?
Well, hold on one sec. Funny you bring that up. Clarence Thomas did a concurring. He basically added more to Alito's addition. His decision. Clarence Thomas literally says, and I can't remember which Supreme Court case. I want to say it's Griswold, one of those cases. Clarence Thomas wants to outlaw certain ways of getting basically he wants to basically ban some types of contraception, as well as because right now contraception between a married couple in one of those cases, not Roe, is considered a right too. And here's what I mean about the right to privacy being the real problem. They're basically saying no one has a right to privacy via the 14th Amendment.
Sorry, say that again, Stanley, because I didn't quite understand. So between a married person, you're saying the contraceptive is illegal, or what do you
No,
mean?
I'm saying at this present moment, married couples have a right to contraception. Clarence
Okay.
Thomas also added his comments on Alito's decision. He's saying that basically the Supreme Court needs to go back and, we need to look at gay marriage. We need to look at the right to contraception, which is right now a constitutional right between married couples, and a couple other things. Alito is basically saying, hey, our decision is just about abortion. Clarence Thomas added his comments, would say, hey, now that we've dealt with the right to privacy, there are other things that he personally feels were incorrectly decided too. And what I'm trying to say is abortion, the way they did away with abortion, basically saying that there's no constitutional right to abortion. There's also basically no right to privacy. They're basically saying the Constitution does not guarantee U.S. citizens a right to privacy. And that opens up a whole
Sorry,
can of worms.
how does the privacy come into effect? I'm confused. How do you merge the two together?
Well, Roe versus Wade basically said that within certain parameters, a woman has a choice and a right to privacy. Alito, the main decision is saying no. Abortion is not specifically mentioned in the Constitution. She does not have a right to privacy to get an abortion. So essentially, the right to privacy is kind of like a whole different animal. And all of that is based on the 14th Amendment.
But
There
that's
are
a whole,
other things.
worm there. When you start talking about privacy, there's so much implications there. You with me? Like,
That's my point. Abortion is bad enough, but Clarence Thomas basically sent notice saying, hey, there are other decisions in the past made by the Supreme Court that are based on a right to privacy. We've just weakened the concept of right to privacy. There are other things. Gay marriage. Clarence Thomas says it should be reviewed.
so let me put this to you, Stanley. So as it stands now, given the Supreme Court's decision, okay, God forbid there's a lady that gets pregnant and she has a serious health problem, whereby if she is to give birth to a child, whether it be C-section or whichever
Right.
way. Let me finish if I can. And she unfortunately passes away during childbirth, then surely the state or the government are responsible for that death, I would assume, logically.
Well, logically, that is correct. However, the Supreme Court has washed its hands of it. They're saying, let the states decide. States will make their own rules as far as medical conditions, et cetera, et cetera. It is no longer something that the Constitution can cover one way or the other. The Supreme Court has basically said, your state decides the rules regarding, abortion, medical conditions around an abortion, etc. It's up to the state, which basically means there are 50 different ways that states can decide how they want to handle it instead of one uniform way, which was controlled by the Constitution.
What does everybody else think? Born and Kel, before I jump off, like, let me hear what you guys got to say in regards to that specific question.
What
Go ahead, Kel.
very interesting, brother, Buddha, is that we seem to still do as a people conform to these laws and constitution where it's not really being truthful for us. It's not advocating for us. You know, the Europeans or the non-Africans, I only put in certain laws in so they can keep their business intact to disfranchise us as a whole. And we seem to forget these things, man. I mean, you know, everything is historical. You know, when you look at the, you know, and a lot of people look at her as a queen bee, Margaret Sanger. Look what she did. And she was sent to do what? To be a buffer or a block with the African.
Who was she married to? She was married to somebody of importance. I can't remember. I think it was a German. Was it Wilhelm? I can't remember. She was actually married to someone quite infamous, if I'm not mistaken.
Because he was part of you know, the CIA as well, which you can see the connection. And,
I think it was prior to the CIA being formed. I think it was Wilhelm. I'm sure there was some sort of Nazi connection there. But my mind, I forget these things. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, the eugenics, pretty much, you know, it was a big thing in the United States back in the 20s, especially. And yeah, the Nazis pretty much learned, you know, from the American eugenics movement. Sanger wasn't necessarily a eugenicist, but, you know, a lot of things have been pinned on her.
Well, you said, hold on. You said what? Hold on. Wait. What, Stanley? Hold on. What'd you say, Stanley?
Okay.
What was that, Stanley?
I said a lot of things have been pinned on Margaret Sanger that she didn't particularly, you know, do or believe in.
Like, give me an example of that.
I can't think of one because I haven't thought of it. You've got Google. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, until you can think of it, Stanley. I respectfully, what you just said is bullshit to me.
Okay, well,
listen, Stanley. That lady was a criminal, and she practiced eugenics. This is William Sanger right here.
That's right.
He's a German. Right. He practiced eugenics. Her fucking hero that she looked up to practiced eugenics. Like, you really look.
Okay, and let me respond to you and Kale, who doesn't know American history.
But Stanley, brother,
no, may I finish, sir?
Brother, it was based.
May I finish, sir?
Brother Stanley, go on. All right, brother. All right.
Thank you. I think you're misinterpreting it. Read deeper.
I'm not, Stanley, until you can give me an example of what was pinned on her that you don't think is true. That's it. That's all I'm asking.
Let me get back to you because I'm not in front of a computer screen.
Yeah, no, I got you. But we know Margaret Sanger's the founder of Planned Parenthood. I told Brother Buddha earlier, it's a lot more Planned Parenthoods in the Black community than it is in the suburbs. You can tell. And man, let me look it up because I got.
By the way,
well, I'm not saying she wasn't a white supremacist. I'm saying she wasn't. I'm saying she wasn't a eugenicist as far as the Black community is concerned. It's a little bit more complicated. And I haven't read the history in a while. I can get back to you.
Well, brother, you know, because we as African descendants globally, brother, we always memorize things, but because they could shut down the computer, and then if they do, brother, what are you going to do next? But one thing we can say, Brother Stanley, is that definitely eugenics and white supremacy are definitely synonymous with one another. You can change the name, but the name and the meaning of it still typifies that we want to control and eliminate and dominate melanated people as it pertains to African descendants. So Brother Bond was very clear, brother, and you did make up some came with no proof, but you know, because her came.
I will defer. I will definitely defer to Brother Bourne because he actually knows American history. I will listen to him lecture, but I certainly won't listen to you lecture.
Yeah, well, that's your failure right there, because I don't know. That's some crazy logic you're coming out with. You know what I'm saying? So you listen to Bourne because he's an American, but you won't listen to Cal because he's British, regardless of whether he's speaking the facts or not. That's some crazy.
Hey, you know what? It may be crazy, but I am entitled to my opinion. Last time I checked.
Well, Brother Stanley, you do realize her movement came to the UK as well, don't you? But then again, she's an American. What is an American blueprint of exterminate?
It doesn't change It doesn't change anything. I said what I said. I will go.
Yeah.
I said what I said.
Well, you know what? The good thing about it, you don't have to listen to me. As long as you listen to someone who has knowledge and is advocate for our people, I don't not fuss. So take what Brother Bourne says and stuff, and I hope you do pay attention because he's saying.
I always pay attention to Bourne. That's why I'm not making pronouncements. I will get back to Brother Bourne, and if he is right, then I will freely admit it. But I will take lectures from Bourne.
Yeah, and the only reason I do that, Stanley, because I have had conversations with white people and also my people about this Margaret Sanger woman, and I just got to pull the receipts, man. When you look into people background, man, listen, white supremacy is always the meal of the day, always have been. And so when you start getting back and look at these people who hugged up with black people and said we're for black people, and then their mentor is one of the most craziest eugenicists in the world. It's like, what are we doing here? You brought that poison. You brought that poison to my community to the point where it bails us out of responsibility. Like I said earlier, Stanley, I paid for 2 abortions. You know why? 2 abortions. You know why? Because number one, it was an option. I can thank Margaret Sanger that it was even an option, and I bailed and paid my way out of responsibility, which is a horrible thing to do. So
So, like I said, I will get back to you because I respect your opinion. And you just read YouTube. I haven't read this in years, and I'm just not sure. So I'm not going to make.
No, it's cool. Do it, man, and watch how she kind of played and hang around with black women. She really played both sides of the fence.
She did.
Even back in her day, she kind of played both sides. It's like the feminist movement in a sense, Stanley. We're going to play both sides of the fence, but under the table, we're going to put these abortion clinics in your neighborhood, and we're not going to put them in the suburbs in our neighborhoods. Period, flat out. And she studied from a guy that said, hey, we have to control the numbers, right? So now I'm going to get back to this. I think this law was overturned to start controlling the numbers. If you look at the numbers, the sheer numbers of birth rate, the Europeans' birth rate is on a decline. It's on a decline. And if we know that 60% of the abortions are European fetuses, what if you eliminate that 60%? What if you cut that 60% down to 25%? Now your numbers can start growing again, man.
I wanted to make a quick point about that, and I 100% agree. That's one of the reasons that they don't want it federally; they want it states. So I agree with that. But the other, it's kind of like a sociological point. A lot of Latinos and Latinos specifically, a lot of them, especially like the second and third generations, if they're immigrants, identify as white. So it's not just abortion that's going to increase the numbers. It's basically minorities coming in and identifying as white at some point.
Well, I'll say this. Maybe it is a lane for that, but the hardcore white supremacists can look at a mixed child and say, yeah, you're not really like me. You're not really like me. You're mixed. I mean, you can do that. All right, hold on real quick, guys. Let's
Does that sound like racist?
Let me play this video again. Let's play this video again, then we'll discuss it. See if we agree or disagree.
Yo, before you do that, I'm gonna bounce, gentlemen. Take it easy, and we'll speak again.
All right, salute, Buddha.
If you don't understand the destruction of Planned Parenthood, offices, and you don't understand the wall that we're going to build on the southern border of the United States.
Hold on, y'all. Let me mute my mic because it'll be an echo if I don't.
If you don't understand the destruction of Planned Parenthood offices, and you don't understand the wall that we're going to build on the southern border of the United States, you haven't read the book, The Birth Dearth by Ben Wattenberg. Ben Wattenberg was a brilliant Jewish man who was a member of the American Enterprise Institute. And he wrote a book, the first paragraph of which says, the main problem confronting the United States today is there aren't enough white babies being born in this country. He was an advisor to presidents of the United States. He wrote the book in 1987. He says if we don't change this and change it rapidly, white people will lose their numerical majority in this country, and this will no longer be a white man's land. Now, I'm not misrepresenting this. I'm telling you almost exactly what he says. He says there are three things we can do to solve this. Number one, we could pay women to have babies, as they have been doing in Western European nations for years. Then he says, and these are his words, not mine, unfortunately, we would have to pay women of all colors to have babies, so we don't want to do that. He says the second thing we could do is increase the number of legal immigrants that are allowed into this country every year. Then once again, he says, unfortunately, the vast majority of those wanting to come to this country today are people of color, so we don't want to do that. The third thing he said.
So the second thing he said is, hey, we can invite illegal immigrants to this country and do that. But now, you know what? That's out of the question because most of them coming over are people of color. We don't really want to mix up the bloodline like that.
Can I just interject on that particular subject? I know actually Ben Wattenberg used to have a show on PBS years ago, and yeah, he's very right wing, and white wing probably. He worked for the American Enterprise Institute, and if you go on YouTube, you'll actually see some of his shows. He interviewed Glenn Lowry once, oddly enough. But there's a woman now named Amy Wax who basically, I guess, has taken over Ben Wattenberg's, theme. And she literally has talked on policy, and she would rather see immigration from Northern European countries and no immigration from anywhere that's not Northern. Mainly, she makes they understand our culture. She's literally said something to that effect. So, you know, there are still people in 2022 that are making Ben Wattenberg's argument.
I've got a quick question. Brother Bon, could we say that the Anglo-Saxons came over and claim the black land of America? Could we say that, brother?
Haven't done enough research, but yeah.
And these Anglo-Saxons, we could say UK, right?
What, the Anglo-Saxons come from the UK?
Well, the UK, you know, as it pertains to England, you know.
Well, the Saxons specifically have Germanic roots. I'm not sure about the Angles, but yeah, it's just say Northern European, and you're pretty close.
So that means, brother, because I am on the continent, well, it's not even a continent, it's Western Asia and that. And the relation between the Anglo-Saxon of subjugating and controlling, and me as an African descendant is part of that subjugation. I am free to speak on these issues because it's one struggle, brother Stanley, not a division.
No. Guess who the Anglo-Saxons learned it from? The Spanish were the very first. The Portuguese first, Spanish second. You also have to know that the Ottoman Empire did a lot of black enslavement as well. Wasn't just the people from England. It was the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Arabs or Arab descendants. It was a big game, and quite frankly, England came in late. The Spanish were in America before the English. And when I say America, I mean, you know, as far the southwest of America, Florida, and definitely Central America, the Caribbean, and the northern parts, and probably most of South America. England learned it, but they weren't the only ones.
But we're on about who is unfortunately controlling the situation. It's the Anglo-Saxons, brother Stanley. See, and this is what
I just said that they learned. If you're talking about North America, yeah, they did wind up controlling it.
But we're not on about learn,
and the Caribbean too.
We're on about controlling, because Margaret Sanger fled to England and she was under the protection of the English, you see, brother. So because of these experiences, and it's one struggle, I am admitted to participate in this due to the fact of, because it is one struggle, because the same people who subjugated are the same people who subjugated in the black land of America, or due respect to. Now, brother Bourne.
I will go ahead and let you and Bourne discuss this subject. My response is it's ahistorical.
But historical events, when it comes to political science of the non-Africans, is always repeated, brother. You need to be politically educated, brother, because these things are historical and it's happening now. Margaret Sanger's blueprint is still relevant now, although she's passed away. But her movement is global everywhere. And guess who's affecting the most, brother? The African woman. And if I came out of the African woman, brother, then I am allowed to speak on these issues. We all are.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely allowed to. I'm not denying your right. I'm just saying that you're only presenting part of the picture and not particularly accurate on the history.
Well, like I said, brother Bonds came with a great show, and it's about birth control. And as I said to you already, if it is a global supremacy, and those of the Anglo-Saxons are in charge of that. And let's not forget, brother, the place where I'm at, the Queen is the head of that. Then definitely I'm admitted in there.
Good shit, Kel. Hell yeah. You start looking up under the Queen's bed, boy. A lot of skeletons. A lot of skeletons, man. That's a fact. That's a fact, Kel. So what y'all saying? Y'all got abortion clinics over there in the UK, Kel? Is it a thing? Okay, Kel must can't hear me. All right, play some more of this video. Let's see. Oh fuck! Hold on, there we go, guys. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Hit that like button. Pull up.
White men, women had better pay attention to this. 60% of the fetus. Don't understand.
I'm gonna start that joint over. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Hit the like button. Enjoy.
If you don't understand the destruction of Planned Parenthood offices, and you don't understand the wall that we're going to build on the southern border of the United States, you haven't read the book, The Birth Dearth by Ben Wattenberg. Ben Wattenberg was a brilliant Jewish man who was a member of the American Enterprise Institute. And he wrote a book, the first paragraph of which says, the main problem confronting the United States today is there aren't enough white babies being born in this country. He was an advisor to presidents of the United States. He wrote the book in 1987. He says if we don't change this and change it rapidly, white people will lose their numerical majority in this country, and this will no longer be a white man's land. Now, I'm not misrepresenting this. I'm telling you almost exactly what he says. He says there are three things we can do to solve this. Number one, we could pay women to have babies, as they have been doing in Western European nations for years. Then he says, and these are his words, not mine, unfortunately, we would have to pay women of all colors to have babies, so we don't want to do that. He says the second thing we could do is increase the number of legal immigrants that are allowed into this country every year. Then once again, he says, unfortunately, the vast majority of those wanting to come to this country today are people of color, so we don't want to do that. The third thing he says, and white women had better pay attention to this, 60% of the fetuses that are aborted every year are white. If we could keep that 60% alive, that would solve our birth dearth. Does that sound like racism to you?
Can you talk a little bit about the trauma associated with?
The trauma associated with it?
Yeah.
One of the main traumas is it tells white people that they are superior because of the lack of melanin in their skin. And then they find out suddenly that we've got a black president. That's traumatic. That's where their trauma is. Living a lie, finding out the truth is traumatic.
So yeah, man. So yeah, I wanted to play that, man. Just those top three things. What's up, Dev?
I'm here, man. What's good with you?
I'm chilling, brother.
Stanley, Cal, what's up?
Trying to break this down, man. This abortion thing down, man.
Yeah. It's kind of big in the Caribbean too.
Okay.
But they don't have like abortion clinic per se.
Yeah.
What they have is that you go pay a doctor to get rid of it. A woman do it themselves by using their homemade stuff.
By
using their homemade stuff.
Oh.
Actually, Dev, that sort of thing has been around. I mean, like the homemade stuff. I mean, that a lot of it was now, and I certainly don't know the history, so I'm just throwing it out there. Africans used to use that sort of stuff. Or am I wrong?
I heard that too. I heard that too, and I think is primarily because our population is a very young population, and a lot of these young girls are getting pregnant, and they don't want their parents to know. They don't want people to know.
Yeah.
So they take it upon themselves, and they don't have money to go to the doctor because it's kind of expensive to get rid of it. So they ask a friend who know how to do it.
There you go. That's how it happens. That's what African Goddess was saying too, brother Dale. African Goddess was she was on here earlier. She's in she grew up in America, and she was telling us, that's what happens. That we'll go to the shed, or like you said, somebody knows a person that knows a person that does it at her house. You know what I'm saying? And
who have done it before and said, look, try this. And one of the things they use over here is hot coke and salt. Oh boy. Hot Coca-Cola and salt. And that do
like
the trick.
A snail.
And salt.
Yeah, I know. That's what you put that on a snail. I watched my mom put that on like a slug that was too close to our home. Yeah.
A hot coke and salt?
Yeah. I mean, you don't warm the coke up, but it shrivels the slug up with salt. Salt and Coca-Cola.
So that tells you what that do.
Yeah, what it's doing. I know. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's what it made me think of, Dave, when you said that. I'm like, oh, what, like a slug? Oh, that's gross.
That's exactly what happens in there, and everything just comes out. Some of them use a vine, a yellow vine that runs all over the place. They use a lot of stuff, man. You'd be amazed to hear the things these women do. Because sometimes, they get stuck. Maybe a one-night stand, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't want to take care of the child.
So what's your thoughts, Dave, on abortion? Are you like pro-choice, where the women should decide?
No, I'm not for abortion
at all.
No, period.
What
I'm not.
about you know, a rape victim or a sexual assault victim?
Um, it is still murder, even though the circumstances of it is that you're forced to be pregnant.
Okay.
Now, it's still murder. It's still taking a life. Now, if you've been raped and it's a life and death situation,
Yeah.
then you have to make a choice. Yeah. But if you're fine and nothing is wrong with you and you want to get rid of the baby just because you've been raped, um, as much as I want to look at the rapists that do it,
Yeah.
if you go kill the child, I got to look at you too. Look at you as a murderer.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay,
both of
there.
you are, so both of you will be looking with stain.
Mm,
Because
yeah.
now you're gonna put stain on yourself now.
Now the women would say, Dev, what about their trauma? Right? You've already been in a horrendous atrocity, right? And then to carry the remnants of that atrocity for 8 months, 9 months, that's adding more trauma to the woman. What would you
Trauma,
say to that?
trauma, you can get over trauma. You can get help for trauma. You can get over, you can get back alive. So you got a way that you go into a trauma. If you really want to deal with that trauma, you can by getting help or finding ways to do so. But killing a child, an unborn child, that is, come on, I can't weigh these two equal.
Mm,
I don't see both of them equally.
mm,
Trauma, you can get help for it. You can get therapy, you can counseling. It may take a while, depend on the person. Yeah, depends on the
yeah,
person and how deeply they are taking it on, how much it affect them. See what I'm saying?
yeah,
But it's not that they can't get over it. It's not that they can't get past it. They can, but you can get back that child that you just murder.
yeah. I hear you. I hear you, Dev. I think the women would say that's easy for you to say as a man, but
Yeah, yeah, and you have a point, but I'm trying to weigh the options. Yeah, I'm trying to weigh the option by okay,
mm,
um, the possibility you can get help with the trauma if you really need it and really willing to help yourself, because sometimes you get the help, but you don't want to help yourself. You want to stick with the trauma. See what I'm saying? And you
Yeah.
continue recycling it.
Well, I'm going to add one thing though, and Bourne actually brought this point up. Is it really up to in Bourne? You're not included in this conversation. Actually, Dev, you aren't either.
Okay.
Old men like me, should I really be making that call? Old men that are sitting on the Supreme Court,
mm,
not sure they
Okay.
should be making the call.
that's what a woman would say.
Hmm.
However, one woman did vote for it, and she's extremely religious.
Hmm. Religious, that's the problem. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's another topic.
Well, yeah,
Ah,
but she holds your position. Abortion is just murder. So I mean,
yeah,
you and her are simpatico.
yeah, yeah. I look at it as murder, and you can't give me all these justification. Oh, it's a blubber of flesh. Oh, it's not. Come on now, come on. You're trying to justify your action,
Mm,
and you telling me you think about it, yeah? You're being traumatized from being raped, but you're not traumatized of killing a baby in your womb. So when you get rid of the trial, the trauma is going to stop, right? Is that what you're saying?
mm,
Is that what you're saying? So
mm.
traumatized that let me kill that baby because the man raped me. And you are not traumatized for doing that. Are you doing it to say that, okay, okay, I don't have to have this man baby so he don't traumatize me no more? Really?
I don't know,
So you see,
Dev, you got a good point, brother.
so you see how insensitive they can be. They want to kill the child because of the rape of the man, and they traumatize if he raped me, but they are not traumatized for killing a baby. So the traumatized is convenient, isn't it?
Well, all I have to say is you're doing a whole lot of third person psychology.
I'm trying to look at it from different perspective, and trying to weigh these options out. That because if they're going to bring up traumatized, as Bond say, woman going to say the trauma that they're going through.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear you, and you're right. But isn't killing the child going to traumatize you as well too? Or you're already hard in your heart and look at it
Oh,
in a way.
you're asking me? No, you
No, no,
you
no, no,
got
no.
the
It's a rhetorical
you got the
question.
floor, brother.
It's a rhetorical question. It's not one to be answered. Yeah. Or you don't already harden your heart and look at it from the perspective of, okay, if I get rid of this baby, then I am free from the trauma. Oh, come on now.
That's a
Come
good
on.
point. That's a good point that I know I can't argue with it, Dev. Good point.
Yeah,
One
come on.
thing one thing that's interesting though, and I've heard this brought up too. Okay, you've decided that we're going to take Dev's route. A woman who doesn't have a lot of money, etc., gets raped. Um, she is literally a victim, but the law pretty much forces her to have a baby. Um, who's going to help her if her parents can't? If she has no immediate family, who's going to help her? Is it the government that outlawed the procedure in the first place? How what's the government going to do? They forced her to have it.
Maybe that, I guess there's something set up for single parents. I'm assuming. That they have some mechanism set up for people like that who go through that type of experience.
Okay. You
Just an
said
assumption.
you said you're assuming. We
Yeah, it's an
we
assumption.
we that's assuming is that's one way to approach it.
It's not factual. But I'm just saying, if they're going to, because on the book it's illegal to do that on the books, so they're going to force you to by law to bring it because it's illegal. Then I'm hoping that they have some mechanism set up to help that mother to a certain age with that child.
Well, the answer is usually, there's such a thing as adoption.
There's that road too. There's that road. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that loops back to a conversation Rap Raven had a couple weeks ago about the trauma of black kids being adopted into white families. So
Yep.
this is just a lot of stuff
A lot to
that
take in.
the Supreme Court essentially just said, "Hey, states, y'all figure it out."
Mm,
Yeah, eugenics has a lot of different lanes, man.
true.
There's a lot of different lanes going on. A lot
It's
of
like a
different lanes.
spider web.
A lot of different things going on. So, I like I said, man, we'll see. We'll
Well,
see
what
what
is your
happens.
take on it, Ron?
Oh, my take on it
Yeah,
was
your personal views on it.
kind of seems like it's
For it
just
or against it?
it seems like eugenics, man. That's all. That's just the same conclusion I come to, and it's like, look, man, the numbers. Not this one. I would even call this like eugenics, right? I would call this the numbers are dwindling, and we have to put some shit in place to make sure these numbers stop dwindling. That's it. I mean, this is the next logical step. Once you crunch the numbers and do all the research and say, oh gosh, white people are having more abortions than they've ever had in the history of America, it's time to change the laws to slow that down. You know what I mean? We got to build
Yeah,
the
but
numbers.
what is your personal view? Are you for it or against it?
Abortions, I'm against abortions.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm trying
Yeah,
to
I'm
get at.
against abortions.
Oh,
I
okay.
haven't always been that way, Dev. I'll be honest.
Oh,
I have.
okay.
I didn't always think like that. I didn't know. You know what I mean? I
Mm,
didn't know at first. I didn't. I thought it was
So
always
you
an option.
so
Like you
you
said, Dev, growing up, it was
yeah,
always an option for me.
yeah.
If I want to
so,
duck responsibility, I can give her $350 and duck responsibility.
Yep.
And I'll be honest, y'all. Like I said earlier, and I'll say it on the record, I've paid for two abortions.
Mm,
Yeah.
well
yeah.
here's another question for you though. Are you basically saying that you're going to deprive other young men, young black men from making their own mistakes?
Yeah, I am. Because now I know that I see how much family it takes care of family, and
Mhm.
realize if I would have had those babies, even if I wasn't ready, Stanley. Hold on, the first option is
Well, no,
it could have
that
made. Hold on, Stanley. The first option that child could have made me man up. You know what I mean? Really
True.
step up as a man, because when I had a child, I actually stepped up. It was a culture shock and a
right.
rude awakening that made me step up and be a father. So that
Well,
could have
let me
happened. Go
ask
ahead.
you a quick question though.
Go
So
ahead.
you're basically saying that the first two, the women, y'all were in mutual agreement?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. The
So
first time I ever heard of it, it was an option thrown at me, and I never heard of that before. It
Mm,
was like, oh shit, you know what I mean? Like, yo,
it's
I'm
like a
pregnant.
shocker.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, I'm pregnant. We can get an abortion though, like quick. It was her thing. Like she was like,
Mm,
I can't have this baby. You know,
wow. So basically, you were just going along with her.
pretty much, pretty
So
much.
you didn't make that
Went
decision on
to
your own
another.
then.
No, I went to another. I went to a doctor's appointment with her.
Mm,
You know what I mean? And came back, pregnancy was
well,
positive. And then she was like, look, I told you, because of course, I ain't gonna say of course, but I didn't really believe it at first. But then when the doctor said, yeah, she's pregnant, one of the options is, you know what I mean?
well,
She
yeah.
did
told me
you
one of her
did you
options is to go get an abortion. It costs this much. And I was like, shit, I can give you this much on it. Let's go.
well
Mhm.
did you step up and just go, you know what? I feel strongly that, we should have this baby.
I
Or
was
were you
I was
or were you bending to the will of the mother?
Ah, you were just going along with her, as you
Yeah, I
said.
was just going along with the mother. I wasn't, but
You
I
wasn't
wasn't
ready.
ready. She wasn't ready. Nobody was
Yeah.
ready.
It's an easy way out, Stanley. At
But I'll
that
say this
time.
though, yeah, exactly. It was an option, But
Yeah.
now, now at my old age, I realize, damn it, I could have had
Yep.
that child, and even if I wasn't ready, people step up. I know that may sound selfish, but you have family members that will step up
True.
and help
True.
you
Well,
and help
what
you.
what can I say except hindsight is 2020?
Hmm. That's it,
Mm,
Stanley. You know what I'm saying? But you know me, bro. I'm always transparent. You know what I mean? I speak on my experience. That's my
yeah.
experience. I
Yep.
paid for two of them, but now I've changed. I've changed my views.
Mm. Well, you
Uh,
were ignorant back then. You didn't know better.
exactly. I didn't know. I didn't know better at all.
So
I
you
didn't
can't hold
know
you
about.
hostage for that.
I didn't know about Margaret Sanger and all the shit I
Yeah.
know now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't know. I was like, damn, this is an option. I actually agreed that, damn, this is an option. Like abortion is a real option. And
Okay, well, so how is Margaret Sanger convincing people to have abortions now?
By giving them an option.
yeah, giving them an option.
Margaret Sanger is doing it?
Well,
Well,
she's
what she
promoting
created,
it.
yeah, absolutely.
She's
What she
promoting
created
it.
is doing it. What
Margaret
you wait,
Sanger Margaret
hold on,
Sanger
hold on.
did not invent abortions.
She did,
Can I
but
ask
she
you this, Stanley?
promoting.
Stanley, can I give you an analogy? Is Dr. Martin Luther King still influencing young civil rights activists in America?
To be honest, no.
Well,
They may
I think it's created.
be. I mean, in the day-to-day situations, no.
I think that's bullshit because you look at all the activists; they're following in his footsteps, and not only that, they're gonna play
Well,
you
if
out.
they were following in his
But let's
footsteps,
go
we'd
back.
be a whole lot more successful than we are now.
Well, let me tell you this. Let's go back. Let's go back though. Let's go back to Margaret Sanger. Now, what Margaret Sanger produced, what she created, still reverberates in the Black community to this day. Because simply like Dev said, it's an option. It's not an option in other communities, Stanley. It's you don't have Planned Parenthoods in the suburbs, Stanley.
In the white community.
Well, how do white people? You said that white people have more abortions than anybody. Where are they going?
Look at the numbers, Stanley. We're only 13% of the population, brother.
Right, but it was big enough. It was big enough for Ben Wattenberg to be worried about it. So it must have been huge. Where are these suburban white girls going to get abortions?
In the back alleys in their community.
Well, they're probably paying for private physicians.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Okay.
So why, hold on, Stanley. Exactly, Stanley. So therefore, you know who this law is attacking? The doctors, the physicians, Stanley. We just read the law.
I don't know. I don't know.
We just read the law, brother. We just
I
read the
have
law.
no. I actually have. Well, you're talking Tennessee's law. I read the Supreme Court decision.
I'm telling you this.
All 200 pages of it. So your state is not all 50 states, by the way.
Stanley, I'm not even saying that, brother. You have to listen. Listen, these laws are to attack the doctors. First and foremost. First, you have to cut off the doctors who's performing these abortions to the white kids. That's where they're going to get their abortions at. Their personal physician who knows a guy who knows a guy. You know what I mean? That's where they're going. So if we can crack down on them, then we can stop this. We can stop abortions. We can make it fully illegal.
Okay. Well, I'll stop here because I don't follow your argument.
All right, Stanley.
Stanley, the bottom line is that the abortion was designed to bring down the numbers of Black in America, to reduce the numbers because they said they are multiplying too much.
And my response is America, Margaret Sanger specifically, did not invent abortion.
She didn't invent it, but she's, oh boy.
She was a proponent of it. Put it that way. She introduced it to the Black community. Now we can say that she on a national scale, Stanley. On a national scale, I'm saying on a national scale.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. She systematized it. She made it systematic.
I'll tell you what she did. This is the best way for me to explain it, Stanley. Okay. She took it from underground and commercialized it. You guys are getting abortions in your back shed by who knows who. Let me put a building in your community where you can come down here with professional white doctors and we'll perform an abortion for you.
You don't have to hide and do
it. I agree with that. But another way to look at it, though, is back in her day, the Black community couldn't afford private doctors to do it.
Still can't, really?
Well, that's my point.
So you saying that's a good thing? Are we saying that's a good thing, Stanley?
I'm saying that white people have more options for safe terminations, abortions, whatever you want to call them. Black people do not.
Yeah, well, we don't know if they're safe or not. The government is cracking down on them.
Well, that's kind of a separate topic, but my point is that, and to be honest with you, Born, in a way, this Supreme Court decision, you're right, because it could increase the white population, but it also, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, and it's terribly debatable, but I think they have just made procedures like that I think they've put black women and minority women in general at more risk in making it. Basically, they've put black women at risk. White women who have the money, hell, they'll fly out the country.
I think with this decision, you can just fly to another state.
Right? Well, that too. But I think white women in general will have more opportunities to do so than black women.
But Stanley, my question to you will be, why is it in the black neighborhood and not a lot in the white neighborhood? Why is it that it pushing it in the white neighborhood?
I think white women in general, as I said, can afford private health care. Black women in general, and this is a broad and general statement, they do not have the same access.
So it should be in their neighborhood.
Okay, you're not hearing my answer. White women don't need it in their neighborhoods. They have private doctors.
But not all of them have money to go to private doctors.
Well, I think more of them do than black women. Would you agree to that?
No, I wouldn't.
Oh, so white women are no better off or more privileged than black women? Is that what you're saying?
They have privilege. It doesn't mean that they have the necessary money to do these things.
If
just get a privilege
if the white woman doesn't have, I said privilege. I didn't say personal wealth. Your daddy, you might not have the money, but daddy or granddaddy might. And I think that happens more in the white community than it does in the black community. And I'll stop blathering on about it. White people are more privileged than black people are in the United States of America. I think we can all agree on that.
That is a fact.
Okay. What's up, Empress Sakina? What's going on, sis?
Bless up. You're right.
You good? What's up? You had something you want to say? I seen you giving it to him in the chat. So
because I don't understand why men get involved in these conversations. I don't get it. At the end of the day, just so we're clear, I don't support abortion. Just so we're clear, right? I don't think but I think in certain situations, like the situation you brought up with the rape, I think it's down to the woman, bruv. At the end of the day, she's been violated. Now you want her to carry that violation in her body for 42 weeks. Do you know how much that's more traumatizing than the actual rape? You do realize that?
And she's going to violate the baby by killing the baby, right? And she's not traumatized by that.
Of course, that's like a different sort of trauma. But at the end of the day,
but it's trauma.
Yeah, of course it's trauma, but the thing is, you're asking her to deal with two types of trauma at the same time. You're asking her to deal with a trauma where she was violated, and then you're asking her to deal with another trauma of carrying that for 42 weeks.
And she's going to add more trauma by killing it.
Devon, the whole point is let the woman decide that, not a man.
Exactly. It's down to the woman. In them sorts of situations, it's down to the woman.
I am standing up for the child. The child can't speak for itself.
But the child, at the end of but the thing is, the woman didn't ask for that child. Now you're expecting her to carry that child.
I did not. I understand. Also, the child didn't ask to be killed.
Who better to speak for a child than the mother?
Really? Really? Now, come on.
Nah. You don't get this is different. This is why men shouldn't get involved in these conversations, because you're not considering the woman, her emotions, the hormones that she's got to go through, the changes she's going through. Like pregnancy alone, when you want the child, is a lot to deal with. You're not thinking about the depression that she's going to have to get, the post-traumatic stress that she's going to get. You're not talking about the baby blues or was it postnatal depression. You're not considering all of that. This is the thing. And you're expecting her to deal with a trauma. You're expecting her to deal with a rape, a violation of her body.
But
and then you want her to deal with all that other crap being pregnant.
Does it
Know
give
what I
her
mean?
the
That's too
right?
much. Of
Does it give her the right to go
course, it
kill the
gives her the
child?
right. It's her body.
Wow.
If you was raped, how would you feel?
I'm a man. Don't do
Exactly,
that.
you're a man.
Don't do
Exactly.
that.
So then why
Any man, any
why are
man
men
practice
coming
that not
in
killing
and
blood
telling
clot.
women how they should feel? You're a
Any man
man.
practice
You're
that
gonna
not
deal
killing
with it
that.
differently,
So
same
you
as
can't.
women.
So I can putting me in that category. That I don't see that there. I don't see putting me in that category. Going. I don't see that big. Any man practice, I won't kill him. But I understand what you're saying, sister. Don't get me wrong.
Mm.
But I'm trying to look at it from a different
And I get
perspective.
your point, Dev, and I get your point. But at the end of the day, it's like the woman didn't ask for it, and now you're asking her to carry that. That's a big ask for that. That's a massive ask.
But it's also a massive ought to kill the child as well.
But is it really like think like I don't know? Look, in America, it's different. In the UK, you can only abort under 13 weeks. Over 13 weeks, that's it. You're fucked. You can't get rid of that child. You're gonna have to do the pregnancy. So them times there, from science, it's just a fetus, isn't it? It's just cells.
Wow.
It's just cells that multiply at that point. It's not actually a
Wow.
baby, is it?
Wow. But that baby is spirit first, right?
Sorry?
But that blubber that you're talking about is spirit first, right?
What do you mean? I don't understand. Explain.
Yeah, I got you.
Dev, let me ask you a question though. How about it is the woman's choice whether she has to deal with whether it's a spirit, whether it has a spirit.
But does the baby have a choice?
Of course, you're entitled to your opinion, but not every woman believes as you do.
It's not a matter of belief.
Well, when you
It's a
start
matter of
bringing in
what it is.
spirit, when you
Yeah,
start
because the child
bringing
is a
in
spirit
spirit,
first. The
that
child is a
is a
spirit first before he become a blubber.
that is
And
a belief.
once you get pregnant.
Not everyone thinks that blubber has spirits.
Oh boy, Stanley. Okay. Okay. Well, all I'm saying is that look, the child have a saying as a voice too. Yes, you did ask for that. Yeah, but that don't give you the right to kill the child.
I think it gives that
Who have
person
nothing
every
to do
right
with
though.
it.
But I think it give like look, I was sexually abused when I was 15. If that person got me pregnant at the age of 15, do you expect me to carry that child at the age of 15? This is the
Well,
thing. This is where we get into sticky
hold on.
territory, bro.
Now you see, now you going down to a baby.
It's the same thing. We're talking about rape.
No, it's not.
I
It's about rape at what level? Now you
Yeah,
saying
so
you were
a
now you
girl or
saying
a
you were
woman being raped is the
15.
same thing, isn't it?
A 15-year-old and an adult being raped and pregnant. Two
It's the same
different
thing.
state
It
of
doesn't matter.
mind.
She's still a
Two
woman.
different
She's still
state
a
of
girl. She's
mind.
still a female.
Two different state of
She's still a
mind.
female. I was 15 when I was sexually
But they're in
abused.
two
If
different
I
state
fell
of
pregnant, do
mind.
you expect me to keep that child?
The adult might be in a position to handle it and deal with it. The
That's a
teenager
yes
may
no
not.
question. That's a yes
Two
no
different
question, Dev.
minds. You comparing 15-year-old to an adult. They're in two different mindsets.
It doesn't. No, we're talking about rape. We're not talking.
Exactly, with two
We
different
didn't talk
mindsets.
about a specific age. We're talking about rape.
But you
I
brought
was
up 15
15. I
exactly.
was 15 when I was sexually abused. If I fell pregnant, should I kept that child? Yes or no?
That
In
would be
your
a
opinion.
decision for you and your mother.
Okay,
And
so
you
then
and your
why can't
parents.
you do that for the same for these grown women? What's
It's an
the difference?
adult.
It's their
It's
own.
an adult. Her
But
mindset
you're
might be
expecting a
different.
15-year-old to make an adult decision.
That's why I said it's a decision for the child and the mother or the father. Because
Okay,
she's
so
under mother or parents' care.
okay, so let's talk about adults now. Can adults make their own decisions?
Depends on the state of mind that they're in.
That's not my question because
Well, I'm gonna answer it that way. I'm
you
gonna
can't
answer it the way that I
control it.
see to answer.
Okay,
I'm
well,
gonna answer the way I'm seeing it to answer. Depend on the state of mind.
Right. But you know what? Rights don't care about your feelings. You either have the right or you don't.
It cares about the state of mind, and that's what matters.
A right
State of
to
mind.
a right
Because
to
if you
do
are not,
something.
if you are not,
Laws don't have feelings.
hey, we thinking logically and critically here, bro. I'm not going by laws. I'm going by critical and logical thinking.
No. You're going by
You want to
by
make it.
spirit. You're going by blobs and spirits.
That's what I have been going
That's not
before.
critical thinking.
Now,
That's not
now
critical thinking.
oh
That's
boy,
spiritual thinking.
because that's what we are. That is what we
Yeah,
are.
but Deb, we're not all saints like you are. Not everyone believes as
Why are
you
you
are.
calling me a saint? Did I ever claim to be one?
Oh no, I'm joking actually. But my point that we are not all religious like you.
It's
Some
nothing
people.
to do with religion. It's just to do with who you are.
Okay, well,
Why you have to be religious?
not everybody's Dev.
Oh, I'm not speaking based on everybody being me. I'm speaking what it is, and that's what we are.
No, you are speaking on what Dev thinks everybody are.
Oh boy.
Everybody are. They get to determine what they are.
Everybody don't think that way.
Well, you'd be surprised at how many people do.
I will be surprised, but not everybody do.
So what we saying, Dev? They saying this graph shows you don't really see a heart until week 12.
Okay.
Yeah, you said the soul is day 1.
Exactly. Conception.
Mm.
From since the egg start being fertilized.
So what y'all saying, Stanley? Becca?
Since the egg fertilized.
I'm saying I admire Dev's spirituality.
A human being has been formed spiritually. We just see the manifestation
you
of
know
it
what?
physically.
I admire your faith. I don't happen to share that opinion.
And I respect that, Stanley.
They saying day 55 is that's what you have on day 55.
That's why they can make that type of decisions. That's why they can come up with all and find all ways to do that. Because look what scientists say. They determine what is what. Wow.
Yeah, that thing got tubes and it's connected to the mother and connected to whatever is there. That's getting crazy. That's kind of crazy.
Scientists determine what is a human and what is not. Wow.
And Becca, what you say?
Well, let me ask you a question. Can an individual, mother, father, whoever, can they decide what a human is? We're not talking scientists, we're talking parents. And most parents aren't scientists. Can an individual make a determination, and how can they determine how they conduct their lives?
When you say conduct their life, be specific. You asking
my answer,
and then you said
my answer is that within certain parameters, an adult human being gets to control their life, their body, etc.
Okay. And that's your perspective.
Absolutely. And I think every individual should get to determine their own lives. It should not be a top-down decision.
But they're not determining their own life because they're going by the scientists, what the scientist says.
So you actually think every abortion is determined by a scientist?
What do you mean?
Not every person who decides to have an abortion is consulting their local scientist.
They are not consulting it. They are local scientists, but they are using it subconsciously in their mind that, okay, this child, for whatever reason,
I beg to differ. The
but
people, the
may
people
hold me
who
back,
make
may,
the, pe- the people who make the laws may be following the science. I think your average everyday person is following the law.
and the law does not go together with scientists, with the science.
Yeah, I just said that. But
Okay.
average, so I leave that to legislatures and the Supreme
So
Court
why
and
so why do they bring
whoever
up the
deals with that.
argument? So why do they bring up
My
the
point.
argument?
Everyday people are following the limits and of the law. They're not going to scientists. They're looking up what is legal.
Yeah, but when they're being pressed about it, they go back to scientists and says,
Well, then you know
the
more people
scientist
having
said is a
abortions than I
bubble,
do.
is a
You
this, is a that.
apparently you have experience, and maybe I should shut up about it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so Stanley. So Sakina.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, Stanley crazy, though. It's my brother, Stanley. All right, so all
Hey,
right,
but
now you
born,
said the
I,
UK is 13 weeks.
Yeah. So in the UK, after 12 weeks, that's it. Your cut-off point is 12
Oh,
weeks.
okay.
Yeah, in the UK. That's
This
why I
was
said obviously over here it may be different. That's why I said.
yeah, it's crazy though.
Yeah, after 12 weeks you can't. It's illegal. You like, um,
And that
I
goes
think.
across the board?
Yeah, in England it does. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
oh wow.
yeah, yeah. After 12 weeks, that's it. If you're over 12 weeks, then you can't. You're gonna have to basically
Mm,
suck it up and and get on with it.
okay.
Hmm.
Mm. First
Mm.
trimester.
Yeah,
Okay.
within the first trimester, it has to be within the first
Hmm.
trimester. Anything after
Yeah.
that, and I think, that's one thing I do disagree with in America. I mean, yours is a lot later, isn't it? From my
Yeah, a little
understanding.
later, yeah.
Yeah,
it's second trimester in
Yeah,
most
see,
places.
that's my issue. I think if you guys are going to have abortion over there, like legal, like it should be same as I believe it should be the same as the UK, because after the second trimester, that there is murder in my eyes after the second trimester, that, because by that time,
Well,
that after the second trimester you start feeling the baby moving and stuff like that, so it's alive. Do you know what I mean? It's moving about and you can feel it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, that I don't agree with that after the second.
well, Americans do things differently.
Damn, you want to comment on that, Dale? What you say?
No.
That could have said nine
Just
nine
go
weeks. The
laugh.
baby looks like this. Is all good, but
Well, just so I'm above board, personally, no, I would never do it. However, I'm
crazy.
not
You're a guy.
I'm not. Well, I mean, anybody that I got pregnant, and I guess I was
Wow.
lucky that I never did, other than my wife. But I think a woman should be able to make that decision, and she still has a way to make the decision, but to base it on geography, that part I don't agree with.
Well, let me welcome my brother Stopzilla. Stopzilla, what's going on,
Big up.
brother?
I'm
Hey,
not too
quick,
much.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hey, what's up?
Alaikum salam. And
hey,
Alaikum
quick
salam.
question. Hey, Stopzilla. So this is what we've been talking about. Quick question: are white people trying to kill black people in mass numbers?
I mean, it looks like it. I
No,
mean, I was
I'm
listening
joking.
to.
Stop. I'm joking.
How?
I'm joking.
How? When we were
I'm
killing
joking.
ourselves, bro. There's more white abortion than there is
Yeah,
black. Like, what
yeah.
the hell?
I was
Man,
joking, Stopzilla.
I was listening before to that video of that old white woman saying, "Oh, how
Yeah.
can we do this? But we can't, this and that, because that means black people would also being, gonna get stopped with the abortions." But what this thing is, all the right wing states are gonna leave abortion, right? They are for abortion, right? The right wing
No,
state,
no. The right
no.
wing
No, no,
states
no,
don't
no.
want it. The right
So
wing
it's the
states.
lefties.
It's the
Yeah,
lefties, yeah.
yeah. The lefties want it.
And where do all the black people live? On
in
the
the
left state
southern
or
states.
okay, okay. Now it fucks up my point. I don't know.
Well, I think a lot of people like Bourne. Well, Bourne's already in a conservative state, so he's good. He's good with that. But I bet black people aren't going to be moving to red states.
No, they probably won't. Well, I don't think abortion is gonna stop it because it's always gonna be cheaper prices, better weather.
But the
You know what I
thing
mean,
is,
Stanley?
if you guys make it illegal, then you're gonna go back to the days of backstreet alley abortions and people dying, and do you know what I
Mm,
mean? And that's the whole reason. Like, I don't know. Well, in England, I don't know the reason in America, but in England, that's one of the main reasons why abortion was made legal in England, because so many women were having these backstreet alleys and basically dying and
Well,
Backstreet
whatnot.
alleys.
well,
Damn, I
that's
didn't
what
know
they
that.
Yeah,
said. That's
that's
what they
yes, yeah, that's what
said.
they.
Is that
I don't
where they got
believe
the
that,
name
Becca.
Backstreet Boys?
That
That's what they
same
call them, Zilla.
no, but that same line was pushed here in America too. I don't believe that, man. Now what? Now I don't know. You guys don't really have, like, from what I've heard, you guys don't really have like black neighborhoods. But see, when that narrative was pushed over here in America, is yeah, we want to stop people from having abortions in these back alleys and shit like that.
Mm.
Those buildings, you know what I mean, were built in the black community. You know what I'm saying? To even make abortion an option. That's what I don't like. I don't like how they were strategically placed in the black community to even
they
make
were
it an
they
option.
were
You don't place them in any other community to where
they
abortion.
were put there because white women have more access to private doctors.
That's not true. It's
It
not
is
true.
it is
But how can you say
categorically
that,
true.
Stanley? How can you
So
say that from approving eugenicist? Approving eugenicist,
she
Stanley.
died 100 years ago. I haven't heard her speak on the subject.
What?
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying, Stanley. Come on. Like, come on. We gotta be
That did
logical.
not make sense,
Is,
brother.
You
is
just
Margaret
don't.
is Margaret Sanger speaking to you?
Hmm.
No, you read diaries of
Oh my
people who
God, Rich, are
studied
you a
under her.
clairvoyant?
Yeah, you have her husband. Her husband has wrote diaries. Her
Oh,
her
you're playing with the
daughter.
Ouija board.
Yeah, stop. Like, come on, stop, Stanley. Stop, Stanley. So, but what I will agree
Stanley
with
being a
is
comedian.
what I will go with is if it's illegal, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with abortions being illegal. I'm cool. Just because I know it's a family. I'm not even really getting into the trauma, but I know I'll kill the narrative where if that baby is born, nobody's gonna take care of that baby. Like that's not true. That don't
Yep,
happen. That don't happen in families like people want you to believe. Like,
yep,
no,
it's true.
you're gonna have aunties
I
raising
agree.
babies that's not theirs. You got grandmothers raising babies that's not theirs.
Even your neighbors would help.
Yeah, people is
True,
going
true.
out there going to
But
hell.
there's no such
That's if
thing as
you
a
have that
community.
sort of community though.
Yeah.
This is the issue. And like, I don't know about America, but in the UK there is no
No
sense
community.
of community fucking ever.
If you're
Oh
dying on the
God.
street, if you're dying on the
You're
street, they're
literally,
walking
yeah,
past you.
yeah.
They're not even looking down. They're
Damn.
walking
Bro,
past you.
we're just looking at you and walking past like, all right, okay, cool, bye.
Damn.
Like,
You
That
know
I
is
what's
swear
bad.
you know what's the
Yeah,
there
that's
is
saddest
no
part?
probably more like
community here.
that's more like
I
New
was
York.
walking to Sainsbury's and then I see a guy on the floor. People were helping him. I just walked past him.
hmm
Like
Damn.
I also do this shit.
Standard
That's the sad part.
procedure. No, that's standard procedure. You just walk past these people. You don't get involved.
Yeah, because over here, a lot of the kids grow up over there with their grandmother, their auntie, their nana.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like I
yeah.
said, it depends on
Sure,
what
yeah.
sort of community you come from.
Hmm.
I mean, in the Asian community in the UK,
Yeah.
they have a very good sense of community. The Asian people, like the
Yep.
Indians and the Pakistanis, they tend to all kind of
Live in one house.
gather in the same
Yeah, they're
area.
family oriented.
So
Yeah.
they do have that sense of community where
Yeah.
the auntie will come in and nanny and whatnot will come in and look after the kids. Other communities like white people, and I don't know so much about black people, but with white people, we haven't got that no more. There's no community there no more, bro.
Damn.
Like, especially in London. If you live in London, like, bruv, you don't even talk to your neighbor.
Yeah, man.
Why the hell people are
Big
why the
man.
hell people
Big
are
man.
rushing to go to London? Oh my goodness.
This is what I'm saying. I don't know. this is what immigrants don't bother
understand.
coming here, yeah, because we're fucking
You sound like
antisocial, bruv.
Anti-
We're fucking
man,
horrible people.
I don't
man,
get
like,
it.
even smiling at a person feels weird because you don't know how they react. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
exactly.
Like,
You can't even look at people funny here, bro. I'm telling you.
because they got
You
bad teeth in
coming
the
from a
UK.
country
no,
where
fuck.
where
Look
your
at this guy
neighbors
being-
will wake up and say good morning to you, good afternoon,
Yeah, and
going.
that's not what it is right in
It's the
London.
sun.
Damn.
Y'all are deprived from sun. The sun.
True.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
guys
because we're
have more
miserable
sun.
fuckers. It's grey here all the fucking time. Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
saying
yeah.
that. I'm not saying y'all miserable fuckers because I
No,
fuck
we
with
are.
y'all.
No, no,
But
No, but we
no,
are.
they are. They are.
But we
Trust
are.
me,
But
they
we are
are.
though.
They are. Trust me, they are.
Yeah,
We're
it's true.
miserable as hell.
It
No, I'm
was
telling you, they
28
are.
degrees a couple of days ago. The next day, it's cold.
And
It
then,
is cold.
oh my god, like, what is
Yeah.
going on?
It's always gray over there.
Constantly.
Always gray.
Nah, true, you're
We
right.
don't get enough. What is it? That vitamins? It vitamin.
D.
No wonder
Yeah.
why. No wonder why y'all get so selfish with yourself.
We're horrible people, Dev. We're not nice people.
No wonder why y'all need some
And
sun.
even the people act nice to you, you'll probably think they got a second agenda. Like that's how
Innit?
trash we are.
Like, what you
Oh,
after, bruv?
oh, it got to that. Good morning.
Oh,
What you want? What you looking
It's
for?
literally do them before they do us. Like,
Yeah. It's like you walk up to somebody, say good morning. What is your problem? What you want?
yeah, exactly. What you want? What you after?
Yeah.
that's crazy. That's crazy. That's
That is
crazy.
crazy.
Yeah.
And
That's
people
crazy.
are dying to go over there.
This is
I
what
don't
I'm saying.
understand
I
it.
don't get it.
I
Like,
don't understand.
people need to stop selling people this dream that England is fucking
Yeah.
fantastic, because we really ain't, bro. Like, it's shit
Yeah.
over here.
The most
And
you
I'm
gotta
an
do-
English born and bred. I'm a white person before anyone thinks I'm not. I'm actually an Anglo-Saxon
But I
girl.
think
Yeah,
that is
I'm
what
just
they sold
checking in
us
her
in the
opinion.
Caribbean too, eh? What is what they sold us in the Caribbean? America and England is whoo woo woo
A
to
land of the
everybody.
free. No, bro.
Yeah,
No,
to
it ain't.
everybody.
Fucking ain't.
Yeah, to everybody.
They're lying to you.
No wonder why when somebody come from England or America, people over here is expecting that they bring in lots of stuff
I mean, at
because
least in
of
America they'll start a conversation. I
yeah
mean,
what they
probably it's
sold.
useless conversation, but at least it's a conversation.
Yeah,
They think
it's
we're bare
crazy.
rich over here, and we're
Yeah,
not. We're
yeah,
struggling, bruv.
yeah,
Let me
yeah,
tell you, bruv. We're struggling.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
We ain't
Especially
rich at all.
especially a family member that come from England and come back. Everybody looking for something because they
Bruv,
think
and you come over here, I'm telling you, yeah, don't come over here. You're going to
what?
ruin your age, bruv. You're gonna look a lot older than what you actually are coming over here.
Nah,
You're
as
gonna
soon as
age
you
like
move
at
to
least
England,
10 years.
as soon as you
Yikes!
move to England, you're getting phone calls from back home. At one point, my mum used to tell me, "Wallahi, my mum
Yes.
used to tell me, if the number says four, the weird number, do not answer it. Do not."
What you say? They trying to get the money. That's
Huh?
funny.
Hey,
They
yo,
call
how
you.
are you? You all right? They'll talk to
Yeah.
me. Oh, how are you? Are you this person? Yeah.
No,
He'll
but
think
it's true.
I'm another I'm the other brother. Oh, let me talk to your mother. Let me talk to your father. And then they're sending money and they're looking at me.
Mhm.
Oh, that's crazy.
It is true. They still are just pie in the sky in the Caribbean where, it pass on to generations, so the younger generation is the same bloody thing. Want to go to America, want to go to Canada, want to go to England. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, no, dude, don't want to come over here, man. It's not Trump. It's not as nice as people try and make it. I mean, my baby
It's nice, but
father's grandmother, she comes from Trinidad and Tobago,
Mm,
and she came over here that time when they needed nurses in England. I think it was
mm.
just after is it the Second World War, maybe?
Oh, okay.
And they needed nurses and whatnot. So she came over them times, and obviously she managed to buy her house and whatnot, and she had a good life over here. She had about how many kids? She had loads. She had about 6 kids, so she
Mm.
had loads of grandkids, and then she lived a good life. But obviously, yeah, she gave up Trinidad, and I never understood it. Like,
what? He gave up.
she gave up. She went back now and again. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? But like,
But you don't live over here.
she don't live over there no more. Obviously, God
Yeah.
bless her. Like she's passed now. But
Okay.
yeah, she was the same age as the Queen, you know. No word of a
Damn,
lie.
98.
Yeah, she was super old. Like grandma was old, bro. But like she ended up getting dementia and stuff like that.
Oh
And
man, that
yeah,
kind of
so
ruined the old age thingy, man. Like
this
once
is
you
what
get
I mean. And
dementia.
then obviously I reckon, and obviously because she had dementia, then this like by that time, is there any point taking her back home? Is she going to remember
Nah,
it?
no.
This is the thing. Do you know what I mean? So God bless her. But yeah, she was a lovely lady though.
Mm.
She was lovely. But
But
yeah,
then
she
you
gave
see,
up Trinidad and Tobago to come over here and work over here for these fucking ungrateful fuckers.
yeah, but then again, you look at a lot of Caribbean people go to these countries, and because of the expectation over here,
Mm.
and they're not making it out there in anywhere, so they rather stay over there and suffer instead of coming back home and
Mm.
being happy. But when they come back home, they gotta face the people here because the people expecting they coming back with pong and crown, and they're
Mm.
struggling
Yeah.
over there. So a lot of them decide to stay over there and
And not
just
come
make
back.
it, yeah, just make
Mm.
their life miserable over there. And they know they can come back home. People gonna hit on you for a while, but then they will stop, and then you will fit right back in, and you can start your life all over again. But I guess some of the
Mm.
shame they don't want to come back because I haven't achieved anything. I have nothing to show. They're going to say what I go over there and do, So I know a lot of friends who just on the street in America and England doing nothing,
Mm.
and they're just not coming back home
Like, I'm guessing
because
they're accustomed to that norm now. Well, this
yeah,
norm.
yeah, it's
Not even
crazy.
like I don't know, Zilla. If you go Hackney, where there's
Heck,
a
yeah.
oh gosh, there's
Not really, not really. Nah,
you know
I'm really once or twice.
you know that really long ass road that's connecting Clapton Pond up to Stamford Hill going down to Mare Street. That long road, that road.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you know there's by Clapton Pond where the big roundabout is. There's the betting shop and all those shops there just where the pub used to be.
Yeah.
Right, bare yardies hanging there all day,
Jamaicans.
bro. Bare yardie man, just
Yeah, it's the
standing
same
there.
thing. Yeah, same thing as Halsden. Like, they're just there
Mm,
smoking, drinking, chilling.
drinking, chilling.
Yeah, vibing.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're having a party. When
And
I'm on the block,
without fail, they're there every
every day,
single day.
Sakina, where I
And the
live in
funny
Halsden, yeah, there's
and
4
the funny
betting
thing
shops
about
and
it is
they're all
that
there. Yeah.
when their
So,
family member call them, they'll give them some stories. Yeah, man, I got 2 shops. I got one.
This, that, and the other. Yeah.
oh man.
Because
It's
like
crazy.
the ones I'm talking about, because obviously I used to walk past them quite a lot because I used to live in
Yeah.
Stamford Hill, innit? They used to
Mm.
scare me, bruv. Like, and I'm not normally scared of black man. Come on, like, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
like, this lot used to scare me, and like, my
They
baby
spoon
father.
face a lot when you just walking past
Yeah,
them.
like they
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like
yeah.
the way that they start look at you and think like,
Yeah.
bruh. Like I used to say to my baby dad used to say, "Don't be scared of them," you know. I was like, be
Yeah.
like, what? Like, they're not a man. Think about it. If there was something to go back home, I was like, shut up, you're taking the piss. So yeah, because they can't make it back home. That's why they're here. They think they're hard.
Yeah.
They're trying to make out there's something. They're trying to make a life here, make themselves look like something because they can't go back home because they're nothing got home back home.
Mm.
I was like, rah. Okay.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie, I see that every other day, man. At this point now, when I see them, I don't know who they are. They change face every 5 years. I just know they're all not the back of Wagwan.
That's it. They change face. You're
Oh
brutal.
man. And I lived there since 2004, so it's a. But it's a mix now. You see Somalians in there now, so it's culturally evolving.
Bro, like if you go further down the road, yeah, because they used to have a barber shop,
Yeah.
you know, by Lower Clapton Medical Center.
Yeah.
There used to be a barber shop. I used to know the guy that owned that shop, you know.
Oh,
But
man.
all Ghanaians. So you have the Yardies at one end, and then you got the Ghanaians at the other end.
Yeah. It's like that.
It's crazy.
It's actually like that.
Literally, it's just like, oh wow. You got the Ghanaians screaming and shouting down one end. You think they're arguing, they're actually not. They're talking.
Amongst themselves. But yeah, man. I mean,
Gotta love them, though.
they should all whatever get their money and try to build something at home. It's not something small. I
This
don't know.
is this is what I mean. Yeah, they need to collaborate, man. They need to come together and do something, man. Standing on the street corner drinking and making a fool of yourself is not getting you anywhere, bruv.
Oh, that's life.
But you'll be
Life.
surprised, is that the same thing they used to do back home?
Back home, yeah, yeah, it
It's
wouldn't
the
surprise
same.
me.
Oh,
Mm,
it's the
mm,
same thing that they used to do back home. You see a lot of them hanging out on the street, drinking, partying, and they get a trip to go abroad and they just continue it because they don't. What they go and do, they go and look for the same environment over there.
mm,
Mm,
They don't go and look in a different environment to uplift themselves. They go and find themselves where they're suited among the people who they're suited
among their
around.
own peers, yeah.
Exactly. Who they can collaborate with, who they can understand. And they just continue because already in that life. So let me just go over there and fit in with those over there and learn that life over here now. It's sad.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's sad.
yeah, it is. I mean, like I said, obviously, grandma, she did her thing when she was here, and my baby father's dad, he was what was he? Was he a carpenter? I think he was a carpenter. He's recently passed as well. Bless him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bless him.
But he didn't come over here until he was 13.
oh, okay.
Yeah, so obviously he already lived that life in Jamaica and whatnot. Do you know what I
Mm,
mean? So he was a really nice guy as well. Bless. He worked hard, man. He had his own flat and whatnot. But I don't think he really enjoyed being here. I think he'd probably would. I
yeah.
think there was talks of going back home because his dad was still alive. Well, he was, um, and they were talking about going back home and visiting because obviously he wasn't very well and whatnot. But I don't think they ever got there in time. Bless. But like that's what happens when you come to the UK, man. You always like I've
Yeah.
noticed that with a lot of them they say, oh yeah, we're gonna go back home, we're gonna go back home, but they don't ever actually reach.
Go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame,
I think
man.
a lot of mistake they make is that they never build up their own country. In other words, some of them
Mm.
progress well, buy two, three houses over there, and
Yeah.
never
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
put up a shack over here, and never even put up a shack over here. And it's like you have two, three houses over there, and not one in your birthplace.
Yeah.
And I think I look at it and I say to myself, when you leave here, because most of them say they're going abroad to make a better life,
Need to
so
take
they
one
can
step
come
forward.
back, come back and build and save some money for retirement, etc. That is not the case when they get over there. When they get over there, they don't want to come back.
It
They
struggles over here. It,
they
like,
get
like,
so entrenched in the life over there that they don't want to come back. But
do you
it's
think it's
sad
because
though.
they realise it's just as hard over here than it is over there, or what?
I think that adds like a huge element to it,
I think depends on how long they stay over there.
Mm,
and how much
When
you're
you get
grafting.
Yeah, how much
yeah,
when you get so accustomed to that life over there, yeah. Remember you was accustomed to this one. You leave
yeah.
that one, you went over there. You
Mm,
spend 10, 20 years, 30 years over there. Now that 30 years that you live over there, you get so familiarized with that life over there. Now
Mm.
you have to come back here
Disconnect and
and
connect back home.
readjust all over
Yeah.
again. And readjust all over. That's why a lot of them come on vacation and go back because England is way faster than Grenada.
mm,
Yep.
Grenada life is slow.
mm.
England is you have to be on the go. So now they have adapted it to that life. Now giving up all of that and coming back to a country that move like a snail, it may send you crazy if you're not
Yeah.
Mm.
mentally grounded. See what I'm saying? You
Mm.
might get up
No,
all
yeah.
2 o'clock in the morning to go to work and work start 8 because you're accustomed doing that over there. See what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Mm,
So you
mm.
might get up 3 a.m. in the morning to go to work and work start at 8 because you're having readjust that mindset to your new surrounding. So it could be a lot of element of it, but I just think that if you have a foundation and you have a mindset and you have a plan and you stick with the plan, no, look, I'm only here for a period of time, but my aim is to come back to help my country and build my country, however little I can. I think you know that you're not getting comfortable with the lifestyle over here
That's
because
what my
you're not intending to stay. See what I'm saying? Like you go
Mm.
on vacation, you go into a hotel, you know, in order to stay.
yeah. That's true. If you treat it like that, then yeah.
Yeah, you know, you're not
One of
there
my
to stay.
one of my
Go ahead, bro.
bosses recently as well. Just she was an elderly Jamaican woman. She retired this year. So I asked her
Mm,
like, so what's the plan? Like, you just gonna be home? Da 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 da. She's like, no, I already built my home in Jamaica time ago. I'm going back this
that,
summer.
that-
I'm
there
like, what?
you
She's
go.
like, yeah, I'm going back for
There
good.
you
And she's
go.
like, furthermore, come help me and get some cardboard boxes. All right,
See, she had a
help me.
plan.
Yeah, she said I worked 40 years here. I'm going back home now.
Yeah, she
But
had a plan
every year she would go back home to visit at
mm,
least once or twice. So
to
she
get
had that connection.
familiarized. She's
Yeah,
smart. She's going
yeah,
back home to get familiarized with his home, so she don't get too attached to over there.
yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
So it'll be easier for her to go back home now.
It's a mental connection over there with back home, and you
There
gotta
you
keep
go.
that connection with family too, so
Yeah,
no one strays away. So when you come back,
true.
it's a
Yep.
nice environment. But she
And
did
there's
set
an
that up nicely.
and there's another problem with mothers and fathers that come into the Caribbean and go over there and have kids and have children and never bring them back. Never bring them back to their
For
country.
once, yeah, 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 yeah,
That's
yeah,
a
yeah,
big, big problem, man.
yeah, because that will disconnect them.
Yeah, they don't know
Very harsh
nothing.
disconnect.
Yeah, you bring them back and forth, so they get familiarized. So if they have a choice, they will say, okay, I know what the Caribbean feels like because I live there.
Yeah,
Could understand it. I know what England feels like. I born and grew up here. So I have a choice which one I want to stay in. Okay, I can work over here, make the money, and go back home and live where my parents come from. It's what I'm saying, but a lot of parents don't do that.
but
And
why is that though?
I think it's because of a lot of parents put their country behind their back and forget it because they get so entrenched with where they are. Oh, we got better school education over here. We have better doctors, better this, etc., etc. So they don't see coming back home as an option with their children,
Yeah,
just to show them, hey, this is where I born. This is the house I grew up in. This is the village. This is what the lifestyle is like over
yeah,
here. This is your auntie. This is your uncle. You know, you don't mean you have to come and live, but every year you make sure you take them on a vacation back
yeah,
to
yeah.
the,
Just to show them.
yeah. hmm
It's
To
easier
let
than
them
just
know that
saying I live like this, I live like that. You gotta show them how you lived, so they can
there
actually
you go.
appreciate it.
It's sad though. It's sad. It's sad. It's
But
sad that
but they always talk about this. Let's just say, take example for Jamaican people, like like they're very like they love their culture and whatnot. So
hmm
it's kind of hard when I speak to a couple of my Jamaican friends. They've never been there and they're in their 20s.
yeah.
Some of their parents had decent jobs, some didn't, but still,
hmm
I'm
Yeah, and I
guessing
think
Jamaica's also here for them.
I
That's what they
think
think.
it's yeah, because sometimes the kid might need a break too from this fast life. Because that's all he know.
Yeah,
But you bring him in another environment and he's like, whew, I can relax. Okay, I can relax. I can go on the beach and put my foot up and just relax for once. See what I'm saying? So then you know when I'm ready to take a relax and clear my head, can go back to my mama's homeland and relax. Because when I come back over here, I gotta be on the go. The lifestyle is different. But a lot of parents don't do that. It's sad.
Oh, Zilla dropped out. Where did he go?
He just dropped out.
He'll probably be back in a minute.
and
But
born
yeah,
sleeping.
it is a shame. It's like my kids, like they're obviously my kids are mixed, but they're all
Okay.
like Caribbean descent,
Yeah. Have you
and
took them back to Trinidad?
they've never been back.
Mm.
Never. My eldest is 17. She's
You
never
need
been back.
you need to organize a trip.
You know what it is? It's like I would go, but I don't know the air. Do you know what I mean? So I would have to go with the family.
Yeah.
So this is where the his side of the family kind of need to kind of like step up. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And kind of be like, well, I need to like look. I'm a white girl. I can embrace the
Yeah.
culture as much as I can, but ultimately I'm white. Do you get what I
Yeah.
mean? I
Yeah.
can't. I don't know everything. I can only know certain. Do you know what I mean? Like I can't do
Yeah.
everything. So this is where they need to kind of step up and be like, we want to take the kids to
How
Jamaica,
close are you
or
with them?
I talk to the aunts. So
Okay.
me and the aunts talk. Yeah, obviously me and the baby father
Well,
don't.
maybe you should, bring it up and hear what she has to say.
Yeah, because I know one of the sisters, one of the aunts, should I say, goes back to I think Jamaica quite regular. So I
Yeah.
mean, I think they
She
do
can
go, and
go on a
obviously,
trip with her.
yeah, and I know it said, like I said before, I know they were talking about going to the great granddad's because apparently they've got a property there,
Yeah.
a big house and whatnot over there, and all that sort of thing.
Mm.
But yeah, they kind of need to do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I would support like I would support them 100%. I think my children they need to embrace that side of them.
Yeah, and
Like I said, I can only
that's
teach them so much. Do you know what I
true.
mean? I'm not black. Do you know what I mean? So
True. That side of the roots.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I
Yeah.
think you should bring it up, bring it up in the
No, it
discussion,
would be
and
nice. I think my kids would probably really enjoy it.
I guess so they can get an understanding of their father's side. Seems in his culture and how he grow, and you know what his you know side of the fence look like and feels
Exactly.
like, and understand it.
A hundred
Seems
percent.
so.
And
Well,
only
you could
they
bring
can
it up.
teach that. Yeah, so it's
Yep,
like I said, it's only them that can teach them that. I can't
exactly.
teach them that.
True. I understand where you stand. I
mm,
understand the position that you're in,
mm.
and so you got to bring up the discussion, and and introduce it to the aunt, and see if she will take it and run with it.
Oh no, she probably definitely would. I mean, I know that
Hmm.
obviously she's very much like like well, I'll tell you that they're Hebrew Israelites, so they're very
Oh, okay.
much about that. Do you know what I mean? So
Well, there you
obviously,
go.
so if I said to them about, oh look, can you like come round? I don't know, once a week or something, and do something with them and build it up
Yeah.
like that. So, like, do you know what I mean? She probably would.
Hmm.
But yeah, it is definitely a discussion. 'Cause like I said, I can only teach them so much. So.
Why Barnrich is on
Nah,
twice?
I'm here.
Oh,
Yeah,
just said
I'm
why
here.
you on twice?
Yeah. I'm on twice. I had to step out. I had to step out. Nah, I had to step out to the store. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I had to step out to the store real quick.
What you getting?
Auntie is not coming around with loud music again, aren't she?
Little something to sip on, man. Enjoy my evening.
Ah,
Yeah. You have me a little something, man, where I can sit back this evening, man.
someone's gonna
Yeah.
get lit tonight.
Who knows where the show is gonna go then? You feel me?
Oh God,
Nah, I'm joking.
just try and behave yourself.
Nah, I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah, man.
No, I like drunk born rich. It's funny.
Oh God,
You give
I
me
hate that
jokes.
name. That name is horrible.
He causes so much controversy. It's funny.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious, man.
The I don't give a fuck rich comes out. It's hilariously funny.
Yeah, sometimes Becca, it gotta be like that. You know,
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
sometimes people just get on my nerves, and it gotta get like that. Hold on, y'all.
I see Ella. Should abortion has been about genocide? You really think the system? No, I didn't say. Look, we all know the government don't give a fuck, but I'm just saying that's what is said, isn't it? That's why I said from my understanding, meaning this is what's been said. So whether it's true or not, I don't know. Yeah, back now, huh?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
Where did Zilla go, man?
Stopzilla ran out.
Yeah, man.
Guess it's network.
I guess what I want to ask you, Becca, is has this conversation ever been posed about getting your kids back to Jamaica? I mean, visiting, at least, visiting Jamaica.
I've had these conversations. Like, think about it. When I first came onto the YouTube scene, the whole reason I came onto it, because obviously it was Raspec's stream that I used to watch in the beginning, and the reason I used to was because obviously because of the kids, to try and obviously access certain resources and whatnot for my kids, so I could teach them their black side. Obviously, I got introduced to Shaka when Speaker's Corner before. Shaka's cool, you know. Ashaka obviously told me a few books to read up on and whatnot. So, like, I have had these conversations and people have said about obviously taking them back and whatnot. I mean, I would do it, but like, I don't know. It's not my country. Do you know what I mean? So I don't really want to be going somewhere that I probably shouldn't be. And like I said, this is when the dad's family kind of needs to step up
Yeah, but
now.
it's
Do you
not
know what I
for you,
mean?
it's for the kids, Ben. I mean, you will benefit from it as well, but
Oh no,
it's mainly for,
100%. And like I said,
yeah.
I would definitely go, but I wouldn't be able to. How can I explain? I'm not very good at explaining things. I
I mean, it
couldn't,
wouldn't fit in.
not even fit in. It's like I wouldn't be able to give them that proper experience if they had their
That's
black
why their family members
family.
over there will do that.
Mm. And that's what I'm saying. So this is like when obviously the dad's family need to kind of, you know,
Yeah.
get involved. Do you know what I mean? I can't do it all on my ones. I mean, I could, like I said, I could take them there, but ultimately, I don't know where I'm taking them. I don't know the history that well. Do you know what I mean? So they're not going to get the proper experience that they should be getting. And obviously, look, do you really want me to read them the history that the that the white man tells us?
No, they be looking at you as you are part of it too.
But do you know what I mean? I'd rather them have the truth than what the shit they told us when we were growing up.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, and the best person to do that is their own people.
Well, get them involved.
Yeah.
Get them involved, and if you wish to go with them, or you wish to send them after they have their own experience and come back and tell you what they learn and how it's like over there. Hear it from, but I think it'll be a good experience for them.
No, 100%. I would totally agree with you. I would totally agree with you. And obviously, when the baby father and me did used to talk, we used to say about taking the kids over there and stuff. Do you know what I mean? So obviously, I'm not one of, like I said, I'm not one of them parents like would just spite the dad purely because we're not together anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, it was a good idea then. I'm still saying it's a good idea now. Do you know what I mean? Like I think
I have a question for you. How much do they know about English history? Have you taught them? Have you taught them much about English history?
Only when they've come to me, like, you know, when they're at school and they're learning a subject or something. Like my eldest, because obviously she's in high school. No, my middle, sorry, she's in high school now. So obviously she's doing quite a lot more like in-depth sort of work than what my 7-year-old is doing. But obviously, yeah, she's come to me a few times about history, about kings and queens and whatnot. But we don't actually have full-blown conversations because I think with white English people, because I'm a white person, I'm English, they're naturally going to just know. Do you know what I mean? Because they live with me. So they eat the food I was brought up on because that's the food I know how to cook. Do you get what I'm saying? So they're already kind of in it. Do you know what I'm saying? Whereas because they don't spend as much time as they should with their other side of their family, they're not gaining that experience. This is, do you know what I'm saying? With me, they're getting that experience. They're learning that every single day. They're here with me every day. It goes
Right.
without saying I'm a white person. They're gonna know. Do you know what I mean? But
Well, I don't know. White people can read, history books written by black people as well, I would think.
no, yeah, 100%. And obviously, like I said, I have spoken to a few brothers, like black brothers, from like speakers and whatnot, and they have told me what books to read and stuff like that, and obviously activity books I can get for the kids and all that sort of stuff. So I have reached out to do that, but like I said, I can only do so much as a white person. I can't give them that full experience because I'm not black.
Yeah,
I would say that.
and the reality of living it and reading is too
It's two
different.
different things. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't actually live history. I mean, whether you're white, black, whether you're in Jamaica or England, you're going to read history. You never actually live history.
No, yeah, exactly. But Stanley, what also goes with it is what they can experience to this day. They need those current lessons now. Do you know what I mean? How they're going to be perceived by others. Because obviously, look, even though my kids are mixed, they would be looked upon by others as black because of the color of their skin. Do you know what I mean? So I can't teach them.
I happen to know my son's mixed. So the thing is what I can't teach him. I mean, I'm lucky because my wife's side of the family, he still has a lot of contact with them, and he knows more about Civil War history than I want to know.
Let me ask you this, Stanley. Stanley, does your son spend a significant time with his grandparents?
Well, only my wife's father's the only survivor, but he used to when I lived up in Northern Virginia. Yeah, he spent a lot of time with my brother-in-law and his wife, but I'm down in Georgia now, so
okay.
He actually spends a lot of time with my sister and all that. So I mean, he has spent from 0 to 10. He spent almost all his time with my wife's side of the family. From 10 to 15, it's been with visits because my father-in-law lives up in Oak Ridge, and I'm outside of Atlanta. So he sees him a few times, once every other month or something like that. But so far at 15, it's been a balance. And quite frankly, he should spend more time with my side of the family. They're more educated.
Oh shit, Stanley. Okay. Wow. Just do that shot.
Well, I mean, I'm not now.
I meant for them to say the number, Stanley.
Hey, and guess what? I'm not drunk.
I can tell. I can tell, Stanley, for real. I'm being 100% honest, Stanley. I can tell. I ain't gonna lie. When I clicked that link and let you come on the panel, I'm like, I can tell Stanley in his first 3 or 4 words, and I said, "Yes, my brother is not drunk. Let's go."
Yeah, well, I had a long talk with my YouTube advisor, and
I already know. You got to tell me, Stanley. I know who that is.
So I mean, and she's right.
Yeah.
So bottom line, yeah, I said what I said, and that's that. I'll shut up now.
Nah, that's just crazy. Yeah, I didn't want to get too personal, but I did, just want to ask about that dynamic because it's cool to me to hear people. These are like challenges I would never think. You know what I mean? I would never even think about. So Becca wants to. What I would say to you, Becca, is I would try to. Even if you got to go to Jamaica and stay at a resort or a touristy type place.
Yeah, but I think that would be kind of defeating the object. Rich.
Yeah.
This is the thing. And I want them to fully, look, I'm, like I said, I'm not a vindictive woman at all. I really would
Yeah.
want them to really embrace it properly, how they should be able to embrace it, because that's their culture too. Do you know what I mean? That's a part of them. They should be able to embrace it like the rest of the Caribbean people. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're
Yeah,
half
go live with
Caribbean.
family
Yeah, but
members.
maybe that would motivate, their father to want to get them down there, maybe on a return trip. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe,
Like,
maybe,
you
maybe.
get them down there. Their father, I can't speak for every man, but as a man, I think the father would be like, "Oh shit, my kids went to Jamaica, and they didn't even get to meet the family or nothing like that." That could motivate that man to say, "Okay, I'm gonna take my kids back, and we're gonna do it the right way." I don't know.
Mm,
I don't know. It's
No, I
maybe
hear what you're saying. Yeah,
high
yeah.
in the sky, Becca, but that's
But born their father is deceased.
The grandfather, yeah, the
Or the
grandfather
grandfather is
passed.
deceased.
yeah.
Yeah, the grandfather.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe on that soil would do something different. Eating that food may do something different for them. Who knows, man? I don't know.
Take a step.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say take
Take
a
a
step,
step.
man. Even like I
Yeah.
said, I know people may not agree with it, but even if you just go be a tourist for a week, just get them down there, man, and just let them know like this is the land you come from.
Mm,
That
I
may
hear
do
you.
something
I
for 'em.
hear
Yeah,
you.
man, for real. Because people
So
tell
you
me does
you
something.
looking forward to hear the experience soon.
Do you know what? You know how expensive it is to leave, like, to get to Jamaica from here? Like, it's mad. The prices is
Expensive.
crazy, crazy. And this is another
Jamaican
thing. It's like they're deliberately doing it.
but
Yeah,
Jamaican dollar, oh yeah, because oh yeah. Okay, I understand that.
yeah, yeah.
It's like they're
Yeah, I
deliberately
understand.
doing it, Dev.
Yeah,
Like, I'm not even lying
No,
to
they
you.
are,
It's
they
like
are, they are.
they are. They are.
they're deliberately making it so
They
expensive to
are,
go
they
to the
are.
Caribbean from the UK,
Yeah,
even though the Caribbean is under the UK rule. Yeah, they
Hmm.
make
yeah.
it so expensive for us to
Yeah.
get there.
Yeah.
Why is
It's
that?
it's more feasible. They don't want you returning back to those roots, man.
Exactly. They don't
Yeah, they
want the
don't want you.
Caribbean people that are here in England already to go back home. They want to make
Yeah,
them stay here.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's
That's
a
the same
trap.
thing with us. When people
It
say
is.
that go back to Africa type shit to us in America, we like shit. Can you fund it? Can you fund me going back
Isn't
to
it?
Africa?
Like,
That shit is
buy
that
me the
shit
ticket.
is
I'll go tomorrow.
man, I'm telling you, man, that shit's not even really promoted to us over here, Becca.
Mm,
Like,
mm,
just take BET for example, guys. BET would sell you on all these Caribbean cruises, but they
mm.
never sold you on a trip to Africa. You know why? You know where you can buy a trip or get a brochure for a trip to Africa in white country clubs.
Wow.
They're everywhere for
Do you
white
know
for
what?
white rich
You know what they
people.
say to white people, Rich? No word of a lie. Yeah, I'm not shitting you. Yeah, right. I don't know whether it's true or not. Dev might have better insight on it, right? But they
And
say there's a road in Jamaica that no white person can walk down. If a
oh
white
shit.
person walks down this road, you're getting shot.
Yeah, I know
They
it's real. No, she's right.
kill you. Oh,
Do you
for real?
see?
Oh, you call it like oh crap, what
I
the
can't
name of that
remember. I
street?
can't remember the name of the road, but yeah,
Yeah, I know.
it's
Oh
in
yeah, I know.
Jamaica though. Yeah, no white person
Yeah,
can walk down that
yeah, I
road.
know
If you
what
walk
road you're
down that road,
talking
you're
about.
getting shot, bruv.
Yeah, I heard about it.
But Becca, don't let that scare you.
No, but this is something. These are the things that they're telling people to stop people
Oh,
from
oh, oh, I
going
got
out
you. The
there.
propaganda. The
Yeah, but
propaganda.
Jamaica is, but you see, I lived
Yeah,
in Jamaica, and Jamaica, you see, look, Jamaica is a
yeah.
beautiful country, yeah?
No, it is. It
You
is.
have
And the
certain pockets in Jamaica that really bad,
mm-hmm.
yeah? But that's not the entire Jamaica.
Exactly.
So I'm saying,
I
not
look
the
at
entire,
I look at Jamaica. I look at all these countries like any place in the world, guys. You're gonna have bad places in the
Mhm.
world. You're gonna have bad places in the world for real, y'all.
Yeah, but basically what they do is that they paint Jamaica and the Caribbean as such a Jamaica, Trinidad, and
Yeah,
there's another one, Haiti, in such a
yeah.
bad light.
Do y'all consider yeah, and Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Such a
Even
bad vibe.
Africa,
Yeah.
yeah, they say to white people not to go to Africa, yeah, but especially like white women, because we get
Well,
kidnapped.
bullshit. I mean,
Yeah, but
Trump
you know
say
what's
that
funny,
shit hole.
Becca, they may be saying that in the media, but like I said, man, I'll never forget, man. My Jamaican homeboy showed me a brochure that he stole from a all-white exclusive country club, and it was a
Mm,
brochure of Africa. It was the first time. This is before the internet, y'all. This is the first time I've ever saw casinos, big beautiful hotels in Africa.
Hmm.
Because y'all know what the TV showed me, flies to on stuck to their face, feed Africans
Yeah.
for $1 a day. Like they showed me all of that shit growing up, bro. And when I was like 13, a Jamaican guy showed me that, and I was like, "Yo, that's crazy." So, but he was telling me what he really wanted me to know is they show you that Africa, but then show rich white people this Africa.
Mm.
So when a
mm.
plane leaves from America to Africa, it's fucking 75, 85% white people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it piggybacks off that. It's expensive, Becca. It's expensive.
Oh yeah,
I
it
can't,
is.
and then you got not only expensive, you have loopholes. You know what I mean? I
Mm,
need the right paperwork, the right vaccinations, and you know what
yep,
I'm saying, Becca?
yep.
Like,
Yeah.
I
All
can't
that, all
pick
that
up
good
and
stuff
go to
there.
Ghana. I can't pick up and go to Ghana next week. If I
No.
want to go to Ghana next year, I would have to start putting shit in motion now.
Mm,
Yep.
For
hmm
real. That's
And
how they.
and they do it. That's what I'm saying to Dev. They do it deliberately.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
And you had to go to Europe to go to Ghana.
Yep. Exactly. I may not be accepted. You know what I'm saying? The UK could say I'm not allowed to stop there. So now my trip to Ghana is done because I can't catch a layover flight in the
Yeah.
UK. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. They do all this shit deliberately. They deliberately make it hard.
Hey,
And just
Born,
What's up, Stanley?
have, have you heard? There's a YouTube show called "Go Black to Africa."
Yeah. I watched
Uh,
that, brother. I watched it.
yeah, I mean he's definitely putting Africa in a positive light.
Yeah. Good brother. Yeah, I watch him. Good brother. You know what I realized though, Stanley? He's military, ex-military. I don't know why, but most of these brothers that we watch that leave America and go to Africa, they're ex-military. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
you, Stanley,
Because
can give me the
they've got
correlation.
the money in it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. I mean, my personal. Now, this is just me. GOJ was in longer, but I'm used to traveling.
Yeah.
A little bit of discomfort. I actually expect, but eventually you figure it out and you're okay. So, um, and the other thing, the one point you made that there are bad places everywhere. Oh
Yeah.
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 As a matter of fact, on a ship, when you pull into a port, they give you a whole briefing on where not to go. And I'm usually leading everybody to where we shouldn't go because that's where the fun is.
Exactly. That's where all the good stuff is.
Exactly.
That's it. That's funny. That's crazy, y'all. We just can't help ourselves, man.
But
It's like
it's true that
when you
this
say,
is what I'm saying to you, Rich. This is why
yeah,
I couldn't. I feel like I'm cheating my kids if I took them to a tourist place. I
I
feel
got
like I'm cheating them, bruv, because it will be the same. That like you have a holiday rep saying to you, same thing that Stanley was saying. You don't go here, don't leave the resort. You can't
yeah,
go to this place. You can't. Do you know what I'm saying? So they put restrictions on you. They tell you, they scaremonger you to say if you
yeah.
go there, something dramatic's gonna happen to you.
I agree with that, Empress.
And
I
But
that's what I'm saying. I would be
you
cheating
understand.
my kids.
also have to, the one thing though, they
go ahead.
are kids, you know, so you kind of have to think about that too. But I think overall you're right. The best things aren't going to be you're not going to see it from the tour bus.
So what? Yeah,
Exactly.
but hold on, Stanley. What are you saying? Those kids getting out, putting their feet on the soil, eating the freshest fruit
No,
in
I'm
Jamaica.
nothing against it.
And I don't know, and it may do some. I don't know. Maybe that's just the way I think. Like, I wouldn't mind.
Well, I mean, they're
Like
not. I
that.
mean, they're just going to need adult supervision. Is really my own point.
Yeah, of course.
So I mean, maybe the first time kind of do the tourist thing because
Yeah,
you can
that's what I'm saying.
you can usually okay, I got you. Yeah,
Because
maybe the
think about
first
it, man.
time
Even
just to
let me say
expose
this. Let
them.
me say this real quick, Stanley. Even if
Sure.
okay, the first time you do the terrorist thing, I know it's expensive, Becca. I know, I know. This is just like a pipe. This is just
Yeah,
like
no,
a pipe
obviously, yeah. If
dream.
I ever had the money, of course, yeah,
Yeah,
go on.
absolutely. I was
I,
saying maybe okay, a tourist visit, get their
six.
feet on the soil, they can swim in the waters, eat the food from from their father's
No,
homeland,
stick.
and
Right.
then maybe the second time, maybe like I said, even and that may even
No, it's moving.
motivate their father to either take them or go the second trip, or if
No,
not
stick.
go, set them up with aunties, uncles, any relatives that's down there and say, okay, if you guys are going back, I
No,
can't
stick.
go, but here, this is my aunt's number. I'll make sure you guys
Stop
I make
moving.
sure I set it up to where the kids, see their aunt
No,
or
stick.
something
Let
like that.
me let me piggyback right quick. Um, if you ask like somebody on the staff at the hotel, there's going to be someone that'll tell you where it's cool to go, where it's safe to go. I've used that route also.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just, I'm just guessing. I don't know. I don't know, Becca. Look, get them on that soil. Get them on the soil. You never know what'll happen.
Yeah.
Get them on the soil. I see black Americans go to Africa and say, man, just the freshness of the food, the freshness of the air is just something to experience. So try to get them there. The main thing, try to get the father to go, man. Get our brother to go back.
Yeah, I don't know if
Take
he's
his
been back.
baby.
I don't know if he's ever been back,
What do you think about that, Becca? Is that dangerous that more and more Caribbeans that are in the UK are deciding not to go back?
I think it's sad. I honestly think it's sad because you like if you don't, you're losing your roots, innit? Like me, like I'm in no danger of losing my roots. There's fucking white people all over the fucking shop. Do you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
Like I'm no in like white people. We're not in danger of losing our roots. It's out there. Do you know what I mean? But like I think these connections are important. It's
Good stick.
important to have them connections to your homeland.
Yeah.
Yeah, Born, to answer your question, yeah, there's a lot of Caribbean people who not coming home for
Mm.
many different reasons.
I know, Dev, and I've
Many
said that.
different.
Unfortunately, I had to tell some of my brothers and sisters that in the heat of an argument, but
Yeah,
it still holds true. Like I know that generations after generations, people are just going to stop going back.
yeah,
But the thing is, it stems from the parents, though, Rich. This is the thing. Me and Dev was talking about it earlier. It stems from the parents. If the parents are not actively going back and taking their kids back with them,
Mm-mm.
then how do you expect these new generation, like my baby father's generation,
Yeah,
to
exactly.
want
I
to
know,
go
Becca.
home?
I know, Becca, because come on, Becca. I be on these YouTube streams, and when I
Mm,
talk to the people, they say, "Yeah, I went once when I was 7 years old, 8 years
mm-hmm.
old, and now you're in your mid late 30s." It's like, oh,
Have you
you're
been back
probably
since?
and now you have children. Like, oh, you're probably never going back.
Yeah, this is
yeah.
the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, now you're
I
never
think it's a
going.
lifestyle, man. They get
Mm-hmm.
caught up with the lifestyle and they get so comfortable with it that they forget their country. And I think it's sad because that is your roots. See what I'm saying? If you don't want to go back, at least send the kids back on a holiday, maybe to their nanny and their auntie, providing that you got good
Right.
communication with those people.
I
See what I'm
can't
saying?
speak for Jamaicans, man, but do you know how cool it would be for somebody to tell me we got a little cousin from the UK that's coming to Tennessee for 2 weeks? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You know what I'm saying? Like that little
You're
brother,
gonna
little
spoil
sister is
that,
gonna
brother.
love it. Yeah, we're gonna show them the country. You know what I'm saying? We would love that. I think the aunties and uncles in Jamaica are the same way, for real.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
man, send that baby back. Give me
yeah,
that baby.
And they probably are, Rich. And this is the thing. That's why I say it's the parents. It's the parents that are not actively doing what they should. Like the older generation. Do you know what I mean? It's them.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
granddads and the aunt and the and the nannies. Do you know what I mean? The grandmothers. There's them that haven't installed this into the children.
But
So
based
then they
on
go
what
and have their own children, and then
ba-
those children are missing out.
based on what they were saying to do with the protection of the different areas in Jamaica, I think if they go back to a family member
Hmm.
or where they'll be more protected,
Hmm.
so it wouldn't have that issue of this one because the family now is responsible for that individual. See what I'm saying? When
Do you
they're in
know
a
what's
tourist
sad as well,
resort,
Dev? Yeah, go on, Dev. Go on, finish.
when they're in a tourist resort, the tourist resort kind of responsible for you. That's why they tell you, don't go
Yeah,
here,
don't go
don't
here,
go
don't go
there.
there.
If
Mm,
anything happened to you, the tourist resort gonna get the blame for it. That's why they tell you that. See what I'm
mm,
saying?
mm,
Because they
mm,
once the people come into the establishment, they're responsible for them. But I think if you send those kids to a family members in
mm.
the
Yeah.
in the family, environment, I think they will be solely protected there because they are among family. See what I'm saying?
Mm,
So the
mm.
family is going to look out for them and even spoil them, and don't be surprised they call you and tell you, "Mom, I don't think we coming back."
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Hello. That opens up a whole nother can of worms, Dale.
Do you
Come
know
on,
what's
Dale.
really sad? You know what was really sad? I was speaking before the granddad passed. I was speaking to him, and I was saying obviously about obviously the baby father. And I was like, maybe if the baby father went back home, like back home to Jamaica for a little while, maybe it will sort his head out because
Yeah.
obviously he was all over. You already know the story between me and the baby father, Rich. You know what I'm saying? He's all
Yeah.
over the fucking shop. Do you know what I mean? Like he's not the pleasant of person. So I said to the granddad, I was like, look, why doesn't the baby father just go back home for a little while? Do you know what I mean? Like and experience. Maybe it will sort his head out, have that space, that time to space for his head, try and sort himself out. And you know what the saddest thing was? What the granddad said to me. He said, if he goes back home, he'll get killed.
Shit.
I was like, what? He said, if he goes back home, he'll get killed because his attitude's too bad.
Whoa.
Uh,
Damn.
maybe,
And
or
that
maybe
was
he'll
really
adapt.
sad, bro.
Yeah, that's sad, but maybe he'll adapt, man. I don't know. I never know about that attitude too bad type of deal, man. Because I
No,
don't
but
know.
no, but
I
but God of she has a point in the sense that because you see Jamaicans, if you come at them a certain way,
Mhm.
bad man style and this bad man thing, and I'm telling you based on living over there, they would look to take you out.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying every one of them, but depends on which community he goes into to live, and he go over there with that same attitude. Because remember, it's all about territory over there.
Okay.
It's all about territory and who is the top dog, etc. Depends on the community you go in. So I think the father know what he's saying. Let's put it this way: the granddad know what he's saying
Mm,
Okay.
mm.
because he understands Jamaica's culture.
Yeah, he
That's
was
why
there till he was 13. He didn't leave there till he was 13.
that's why he can tell you if he go over there, he's gonna get killed, not because there's a bullseye on him, but
Yeah.
it's because of his attitude. See what I'm saying?
Some people get rude awakenings, man.
It's
You know
true.
what I mean?
It's
'Cause
true.
they kind of say that, Dev, is, look, man, if you go in prison, right, you go to an American prison with that tough guy shit, somebody's going to kill you. And I see tough guys go into prison and come out humbled.
True.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like you're the top
Absolutely.
dog, you're the top dog in your neighborhood, but when you come in here, we have
In
a
a
different code of conduct. And
different environment. Yeah,
yeah,
you're
we
absolutely
we
right.
will kill you if you don't follow this code of conduct.
Yeah,
And some people shape up real quick. You know what I mean,
you're
Devin? And say, oh
absolutely
shit,
right.
if I'm going to survive, I have to survive by this code of conduct. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Mhm. So I don't
No,
know.
just hope for the best. I mean, just hope for the best. I know, but I think he needs to go back home with his children, or if he don't want to, or he not ready yet for whatever reason.
He's a big man though now, Dev. He's like he's gonna be 40. Is it this month? But he's 40 this year, right?
Hmm.
You're a big man now.
Yeah,
Do you know
it's
what I
probably
mean?
not even in his peripheral.
Exactly.
I wish it was though, man. But
Jamaica is not even in the front of the forehead. He's living an English life.
yeah,
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 he's born and bred English boy, isn't he?
yeah.
Like,
There you go.
I know, I know. We just spoke about it. Brothers aren't going
There
back
you go.
as frequent as their mothers went back.
Yeah.
It's those damn man.
And plus what they invested in over there too. Oh Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on what they invest their time in over there.
What
They're
about
not
sending money back, man? I wish it was some. I wish Kale was here.
that
Do our
that
Caribbean brothers and sisters still send money back? I know
it,
that their parents were.
it used to. It
I
Yeah.
used
don't
to
think
be
they're
a
really
thing of the
doing it
day.
now. Yeah, I don't think they're
No,
doing it now.
nowadays, no.
Mm.
No, they're
That's more
not.
of an African thing now.
Yeah,
I
you're
heard the
not.
Asians. I heard some of the Asians still send money back too.
The
Yeah,
Indians
yeah,
do it,
some
the
do.
Chinese do
Yeah,
it,
The Indians.
the
Yeah, the Indians.
Syrians do it.
Hmm.
Yeah. Our people, now they want
Yeah,
to look fly over there.
yeah, they don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't really do it anymore.
Yeah, they want to look fly the latest Jordan, the biggest chain, the finest car. Yeah, that's what they want to do.
Oh, come on, brethren. Where my brethren's at? We gotta talk about this, brethren.
You
My
remember Buju
brethren's at,
Banton
man.
sing a song about that, huh?
Where my brethren's at? We gotta talk about this. We're not even sending money back. Oh, come on, guys.
Buju Banton sing a song exactly like that.
I
Fuck.
remember one
You
of
wretch
my
you. Mhm.
Ghanaian brethren, yeah, and he used to dread. It's bad though. He used to dread going back home because he knew when he go back home, he'd have to go back with bare shit.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
literally, like, and I'm not shitting you, Rich. Like they would have to go back with like, like how can I explain that? Big, massive, round tubs full of shit,
Mhm.
and they're sending over like cargo, like big cargo shits, like to over there. Like it's mad,
that's giving
but
back though.
yeah.
That's giving back. I
They're
mean,
sending back everything, like the Ghanaians, and like they're literally sending back TVs, everything
yeah,
they can get their hands on. They're sending
yeah.
back over
It's
there.
sending back to our people. Man, I think those are the people who may in the back of their mind say, I may go home one day. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna build up my family because I may need them. I may need my family. Family is the one that you're supposed to be able to depend on.
True.
Mm.
Let me take care of that, man, because I may need them one day. You know what I'm saying? That's dope.
I give you a typical example. My father, yeah,
Mhm.
father is in the States. He left
Okay.
since I was 3 years old. He had a lot of business over there. Yeah, he had a lot of business over there and a lot of money, and he never keep tabs with his brothers and sisters, his father over here.
Oh,
Now he lose all of that. Yep,
yeah.
believe he's on crack now. He cannot come back home because he never looked after the family.
Oh, fuck, Dale.
So now he can't come back home. And he's not even straight. He's over there so long that he's not even straight. It's crazy, huh?
Oh, fuck, Dale. I'm sorry to hear that, brother.
Yeah, and the man
Loads of
said
stories
the
like
man
that, though.
said to me he have 59 children that he know of.
Mm.
Wow.
So he been getting it in with all that money.
Nobody's willing to help him. None of his children are willing to help him out.
Well, my sister Devada, my sister, well, Nicole don't bother with him. And Keisha nearly killed him a few months back.
Keisha sound like what was Keisha? Keisha got an American mom, huh?
Yes, no, yeah. Keisha is in a gang. Keisha is a gang leader.
Okay, damn.
She's a
Okay,
gang leader, and he's going over there, going to her and He never been around and going and telling her to change her life. So she pull her gun and back about 10 at him. I've been scaling on his teeth.
Yeah, man. Keisha
You know,
probably love her father, man.
yeah. But but it's just sad. And I mean, his mother and father, they have a lot of properties down their side, down there. But he can't come back because he never sent no money back to me,
Yeah.
neither my mother, neither his brother, his sister, his aunt, his mother. But he never support the family. So now he can't come back home. So eventually, probably gonna live over there and die over there, and nobody knows.
Yeah. I hate that. That's
Because the
why I
last
try to
time I spoke
pull
to my
up.
sister, Nevada, she said she had to move because she's a registered nurse,
Okay.
and she have to move from him because every minute he's coming to her for money. So she buy a house in another state and had to move to get away
Mm.
from him because he squandered all his money, and now he's trying to leech off of her. I mean, she started helping him, but then he's getting started to get ridiculous now.
Yeah.
You know, so these are the things that happen to a lot of our people. They go over there, they make it to a certain extent, and they don't look back and said, "Hey, let me put something in the bank back home." So
Yeah.
one day I may want to get out of this cold and come back to, you know, he
That's it.
never did it.
That's it. Because
Yeah,
he said he was on crack. Maybe a change of scenery would have helped him.
yeah,
A
yeah,
change of
yeah.
scenery, at least it's a try. You know what I mean? A change of
It's
scenery
sad,
is at
man.
least a try, man. It's a try.
It doesn't bother me because I don't know him. So it doesn't bother me. I mean, it's sad, he's my dad, but I don't know him. He left when I was 3.
Gotcha.
I only saw him about 5 years ago on a call we had. So it doesn't really bother me. But I'm just saying these are some of the things that our people do. They go abroad and they forget they're not in their country.
Nah.
Is that how you come back broke, or you come back in a body bag, one of them. Or you come back with some sort of riches that can help yourself. But one way you're gonna come back, or they bury you over there.
Mm, I hear you. I hear you. What's up, Buddha? Buddha
Yo,
Big?
yo, what's going on? I'm back again, man. Try to see Reebok
Yes, sir.
on the panel. I thought I'd jump on. Yo, what on Reebok?
Pick up, better. You're right.
Yeah, don't really see you too tough. Yo, Reebok, I find you a man, you know.
Oh, mate, I'm
Yeah,
not
okay.
interested. Allow me.
I find you a wicked man. Listen, yo, my brother born rich hopefully can share the screen and give his opinion as to whether you make a really good like couple and that. You know what I mean?
Rotted.
Let me see what you got going on, Buddha. I know
Rotted.
you got some shit. I know you with the shits. So
Oh
let's see.
boy. Bring
Let's
in the
see.
suspense music.
Hold on,
Let's
let me find a good video for the brother. Okay, here we go. All right,
Bombard.
all right. So
Will
here we
you
go.
put it in the chat?
Yeah, let me fling it in the chat. Yeah,
Put it in a private chat, Buddha, if you can.
is it there?
There we go. Yeah, it'll be easier.
Hmm.
You saying Reebok, man? Like, yeah, your prayers have been answered in that, man. We got you. You got your.
I hope it's a good Islamic man. Like we know he has to be Islamic first and
No,
foremost.
no. Reebok can work a magic, and you know what I mean. The guy be taking
Rotted.
it harder in like days, you know.
Bruv, that sounds like too much like hard work.
No,
Rotted.
you are hard work. What the fuck you talking about? Man? Like,
Rotted.
anyone know about hard work is you. Like, come on.
Yeah, that's why
Why?
I'm better
I
off on
want to
my
know
own,
why.
mate.
Why, Buddha? Why? I just
Come,
want to know why.
say the thing. Say the
Why? Hold
thing.
on. Let me rewind.
You know,
I
you're
gotta
talking about
rewind.
Jamaica and
Jacob.
baby father this and Reebok's there, and you know, like I'm thinking,
Mouse click.
You know what? Do you know what? While I got Reebok here, let me see something.
You don't know what's me and what's the win. What is it? This is not bad camera quality. You don't know what's going on.
Oh, lovely. Look at that. Look at that. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. Hi. Welcome to Cook and Bite, people. Up and coming productions in the building. They got yourself better done over family every time, bro. With they are. My name is M.R. and this is Cook and Vibe. That is Up and Coming Productions. Big up our proud sponsor, the Grills.
What is Buddha? What is this, man?
No. What? No.
What are we doing, Buddha? So you're saying Becca? You're saying Becca should get with this guy and have she should visit this guy with her children when she take her children back to Jamaica. What are we doing, bro?
Look, listen. The guy ticks all the boxes. The guy's cooking jerk chicken, right? He's got a Jamaican flag behind him. He's got Negril seasoning in his hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's ticking boxes over. Okay, he might be a bit ginger and butty, but who cares? Like, come on. Like,
let me ask you this, Buddha. I think we had this conversation. We watched this guy before, and we had this conversation. Is he Jamaican?
Jamaican, which part?
I heard he was born in Jamaica. I think his parents may be white, but they've been in Jamaica for a long time.
Let me tell you something, born rich, my brother. I don't care if he was born in Jamaica, Trinidad, or wherever. Like, the guy's got an accent like he should be selling fruit and veg in a market stall. Like, let's be real about it over here. It's cultural appropriation at its fucking finest.
At its finest, okay. Yeah, I watched, it's funny, I watched these videos and I had a conversation with some of my Caribbean brothers about this on another channel. And
you notice how Reebok's being quiet though. She's busy googling the guy's address and shit.
Reebok.
Nah.
What are you saying, Becca? Not your type?
Yeah, bruv.
Wagwan Bex, me and
For one, he's the wrong color. Look at his skin, man. He's paler than me.
Your fucking skin, Reebok. When the lights are off,
that's what I said. He's paler than me. Why am I gonna go with someone paler than me, bro? Get a grip.
Yeah, I might be protected though, Becca. Right? You're gonna have to go. If you want to get in these Jamaican streets and you don't have any other connection, you may want to go with the white guy who's been there for a minute, right?
Nah, I'd rather sew up my pussy.
No, I'm not saying be with him. Maybe he could be the tour guide, right? If you take your children to Jamaica, he can get you in some places that the tourist spot won't take you, right?
Hold on, listen. Born Rich, was he really born in Jamaica? This guy, or
well, what's the other guy's name? M Yardy or something, right? What's his name? Yardy, the white guy, White Yardy. Yeah, White Yardy.
Yeah, White Yardy was born in Jamaica, but this guy here, like, I don't know.
My bad. Maybe I get him. Sorry, people. I get my Europeans mixed up. But
White Yardy comes from Jamaica. Yeah.
I know. So what are we saying? Is White Yardy Jamaican? Y'all saying it like he's Jamaican. White Yardy Jamaican.
He is Jamaican. He's born in Jamaica.
He is Jamaican. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Now, why wouldn't you say White Yardy, Buddha? Why wouldn't you give Bex White Yardy? Maybe White Yardy's more of her type.
I think these two are suited, like, like I can see, you know what I mean? Like,
what are you saying? What are you saying? What do you mean they're suited? Him and Bex. What are you saying?
I think I can see Reebok and her like walking down the aisle and that, and I mean, like hand in hand.
Man, you're gonna make me throw up.
Jerk chicken in one hand, you know what I mean? Come on, man, represent over here. I'm breaking balls.
And black people, and he supports black businesses too. Black people. So before
but the thing is, I find this guy so cringe. Like when you feel embarrassed for somebody.
Yep.
Like that when I see him, I feel embarrassed for him. And I'm like, bruv, please stop making videos, man. If you're gonna make videos, like make it with no avatar or like no. It's crazy, and like I feel like I don't know. I feel like people like him.
Well, we
I'm not
got it in the
sure.
back. What's that Scotch bonnet? He's growing his own Scotch bonnet.
No,
What
that's
we
called
saying?
fake fucking. That's called fake tree from the pound shop. You know
Come
them?
on, don't do that, Buddha. Don't do that. That looks like Scotch bonnet right there, brother.
Nah, man, that's
He's
Scotch
growing
don't go
his
like that.
own. He's growing ital ingredients. Come on, Buddha. It sounds like you hate Buddha.
Listen. Bone Rich, I'm a chef, yeah?
Yeah.
This guy can't cook for shit. You know, like if you're doing a cooking show, the very minimum you should be able to cook. I lie. This guy, his pot and pan, like all beat up, look like they come from the fucking second-hand shop. You know, like house clearance, yard sale type thing. Like they all scratch up and that's not me being pedantic. It's just like, you know, I got pet peeves. You know, like if you got a non-stick pan and you're using a metal implement in it, that jars me. Like I see professional chefs doing that. You know, like Gordon Ramsay and the man, they do that, and that jars me. But this guy can't cook for shit, man. Like,
I apologize for the choppy video, man. My computer's acting weird, but yeah,
your
man.
computer says no, man.
He got Wagwan. He got Wagwan.
Yeah, but I'm saying, listen. This guy's got his own range of drinks and food and God knows what. Like, what's going on there, man?
No, Buddha, you're not gonna tell me what was that? I was looking at ginger beer. What was that?
Okay. What? No, that's like a Wagwan. It's a new drink that he's got. He's got his own range of fucking juices and
he's
shit.
Calling it Wagwan.
Yeah. What the fuck up, Guan? For real though, like Wagwan with this guy.
Like you gotta allow him though. It's better than fucking Jamie Oliver's fucking what was it, jerk rice? Come on, bro.
No, but at least Jamie Oliver can cook. This guy can't cook for shit. This guy was all watching fish in a fucking river and doing some mad shit. I don't know, man.
Let me tell y'all this, Caribbeans, y'all gotta chill, man. He should be canceled. Y'all didn't let my foundational Black American brother Michael B. Jordan bring out his Juve wine, and y'all gonna let him do a Wagwan brand? Come on, Caribbean brothers and sisters, y'all tripping now. Y'all tripping.
You know, I heard something the other day, Reebok. Tell me if I'm wrong though. Like I heard, you know, Rastamouse.
Yeah.
I heard Rastamouse got taken off TV.
Yeah, he's no longer on TV. Apparently, it's racist.
No, do you know what the reason was? They took it. Well, I heard the reason was they took it off TV was because children were going around with accents. They were learning that and having accents.
They was doing what, Buddha?
I don't know if that's true or not, but like I was like,
well, let me say, working in a nursery, I've never had a baby or a 5-year-old up to a 5-year-old ever say to me Wagwan, or do you know what I mean? Like it hasn't happened. So
what's the youngest age you heard it though, Becca? From a non-Caribbean child?
I haven't.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I haven't heard it. I mean, obviously my Jamaican friends and whatnot, when they've got little kids, obviously they're teaching them all that sort of stuff. And it's so my friend's little boy, he was probably saying Wagwan from the time he was like 2-3 years old. But that was more in like a home sort of setting. Do you get what I mean? But once they're in school, they're not really doing that.
I got you. I wonder what age do non-Caribbeans start saying Wagwan? That would be a good question to ask people. What about you, Becca? How old were you the first time you said Wagwan?
Probably in my teens. I think that's more when you reach like so in England, you start high school in England when you're about 12 years old. So I would say from 12 upwards, you'll probably start talking like street sort of language.
I got you. What
check your WhatsApp.
Hold on real quick, Buddha. I want a question for you guys. What age do you start school?
What, in the UK?
Yeah.
So legally, you have to start school at the age of 5.
Yeah, that's us too. Okay, that's America too. Cool. So you're saying, so 5, 6. So you're saying when you're 12, you've been in school for 6 years. So you're in the, what we would call the 6th grade. You're in the 6th
It
grade.
depends, because obviously in the UK, well, in England, in certain boroughs, I don't know if it's every borough, but most boroughs, you can get 15 3 hours of nursery, like daycare, a week. So some children will probably start nursery at the age of 2, and they will probably stay there until they're 4 or 5,
Okay.
and then
Yeah,
obviously
that's
then they
what
will
we
go up
do.
to school.
Yeah, that's what we do. We do
But
daycare.
obviously that part there is not compulsory, so that you can, that you don't have to take your child to nursery. But obviously
Yeah,
once they're
exactly. I
5,
got you. I got you.
yeah,
Yeah, that's the same thing here, right? That's
yeah,
like you said, daycare. We got daycare, and then we also have pre-K, which is pre-kindergarten. But kindergarten is mandatory unless you doing homeschool and you got the right paperwork. But yeah, you're right. And kindergarten is 5 years old. So we're saying at 12, when you first start saying wagwan, you were probably like in your 6th year of school, somewhere in there.
Probably I was probably more around, because obviously I didn't go to school in London, so it would have been different where I was. I lived in Kent, which is countryside basically. So I went to school them way. So that sort of wagwan and all that sort of stuff wasn't really a thing in the countryside. I came back to London when I was around 17, 18. Say them sort of times. So it would have been around them sort of ages that I probably would have started picking up on certain, because obviously I had to basically integrate back into London life, innit?
Yeah,
I've been
yeah,
out of the loop
more
for so.
diverse. When you say
Yeah.
London Lights, a more diverse school.
Mm.
Is that safe to say?
I was saying Wagwan in primary, so.
And what's primary? What's primary, Stabzilla? Explain that to me. What year? How old?
What year is that? Is that from 5 till 11? Or 4 to 11?
Okay, so in American schools,
That'll be
there will
preschool,
be
maybe.
kindergarten. There will be kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. So for around the 4th grade, which will be your
4 to
technically
11.
your 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll technically be your 5th year of school. So that's when you start saying what go on. I probably could say that too, Stopzilla.
My substitute teacher was Jamaican, and she lived in the area, and her son was a rapper, so local hood rapper. So yeah. She was a good person. Shout out Miss Rose.
Yeah, that's crazy, Stopzilla. So as you're a Somali brother, right?
Yeah.
And you picked up Wagwan when you was what you said.
I
How
think
old were
maybe
you?
like I was in year 3, so maybe 6, 5. What year is year 3 again?
Year 3. So my son's in year 2 now, so he's 7. He's coming up to 8. So you're talking
7,
about
8,
9,
7, 8.
10.
There we go.
Yeah.
So it is right around America. That's America age. That's American age. Yeah. Year 3, you're gonna be 5 in kindergarten, which is technically year 1, 6 in 1st grade, technically year 2, and 7 in 3rd grade, which is
Bon, it got so
Nice.
bad.
So it doesn't
No,
work
did I
like
say
that in
that
the
wrong?
UK.
No, I
So
meant
how it
2nd
works
grade.
in
I
the
meant 2nd
UK
grade. I meant
is,
2nd grade.
so what you do in the UK is reception, then it's year 1, then it's year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, year 6. So you
So
spend
what year do
7.
you do reception?
Reception's when you go when it's 5 years old. 5. You
5,
start
yeah.
reception at 5.
Okay. So year 3 you will be 8, right? That's what the
Yeah,
math.
Yeah.
at 8.
8.
Yeah.
Yeah. 8. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind
Okay.
of
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Because y'all call it reception, we call it kindergarten, but you start
Okay.
both of them at 5 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah. So by the time you're in what we would call 2nd grade, which is technically year 3, you're turning 8 years old. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah. So year 3. So damn, that's kind of young though. So at 8, you were saying what going? Why was that, Stopzilla? A lot of Caribbean
Where I
and
lived, yeah, yeah,
Jamaican
yeah,
brothers in your
yeah,
school?
yep.
But you
That's a
would
lot
have
of
been
Jamaican.
considered a minority in the UK, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, let's talk about the schooling in the UK. Now, do they tend to put minorities in the same school?
Where I went to a primary school, it was like 50-50. No, maybe we could say like, okay, there was more minorities. There was more minorities
Okay.
in my
It
primary school.
really
Yeah. It
depends
depends where
where
you're going.
you
Yeah.
are,
The area.
Rich. Like
Yeah.
honestly, like if you go up north of the country, it's gonna be a hell of a lot different than the south of the
Yeah.
country. So Zilla, I'm assuming you went to school in London, innit?
Yeah.
So obviously his would have been more diverse because there was a lot more diversity in London them
In
Yep.
times.
London. Yeah.
Whereas me, where I lived for the first part of my like schooling, I was on the outskirts of London. So
So it
the
was
outskirts of
majority.
London was mainly white and
Yeah.
Asian. And when I mean Asian, I mean like Pakistani, Indian. And that was it. I think in my primary school we had one black boy, and that was it.
But what about Pakistani Indian? A lot or not
Loads,
too many? Oh, low.
loads. But I'm
Oh,
talking about. I was
why?
born in 80.
Is that because they could afford
No,
the
because obviously in the
afford to
90s,
live there?
that's when a lot of Indians and Pakistanis came over in the 90s, isn't it?
The
Or
fuck you
before they
talking about when they came over, man? What are you talking about, man?
80s to 90s, yeah, 80s to 90s they came over, innit? The Indians and Pakistanis. There was a
No.
lot, bro. Where I was living, there was a lot. There was, like I said, there was hardly any
Yeah.
black people where I lived.
Yeah, you want to check when Uganda, when Idi Amin kicked out all the Indians out there, that's when they started coming over. We're
Which was
talking
when?
like late 60s.
Okay, I got the dates wrong, but like remember I was born
Damn,
87.
you got feelings. What happened?
He was born in 87.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
what
was
I
born
was saying. You
87.
gonna let that pass before the 87? Okay, baby. You still around my age, but damn, I didn't know. Okay, you're a youngster.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like I
that's what
said,
I mean.
I'm
I was
older
born
than all of
87,
you.
so that's what I'm saying. I got the dates wrong, but like from my understanding, there was a lot of Asians them times. Do you know what I mean?
What is
Especially
this in
the area
Kent?
I was living. Huh?
In Kent? In Kent?
No, I was on the outskirts. I was on the outskirts. So I was Bexley Heath sort of area.
Okay.
Yeah, I was that area when I first grew up, and then obviously my mum, when I went to secondary school, my mum moved me to Dartford, so I was in Kent then.
Bexley Heath, that's southeast, no? That's southeast London.
Southeast, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So when I grew up around there, it was literally white and Asian, bro. There was hardly any black people there.
There was no
Like I said,
niggas
there was one
allowed.
black boy in my primary school, and that was it.
No,
Yeah,
So
I only had
what were
like
you in
I only had a
secondary in
couple of
Dartford?
white girls in my class. It's crazy.
How about you, my friend? Whereabouts in London did you go to school?
Northwest London.
Northwest.
Yeah. But I mean, she wasn't really white. She was Polish. I mean, she is white, but Eastern European. There was one white guy in my class. I can remember now, but his name was Reese. The rest were
You know the
Abdi,
maddest thing is,
Jamal.
you went to school in the hood, Stops.
Yeah.
So I was in school in the early 90s, right?
Yeah.
And that's when you first started getting a load, like a large amount of Somalis coming over.
Yeah.
And it was predominantly females, funny enough. There wasn't really many male Somalis in the school. Yeah, it was predominantly females.
That's strange. I wonder where they went.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
Probably boys' schools. I don't even know.
Yeah, that could. You know what? I never thought that. Yeah, they could have gone to boys' school. Yeah,
quite possibly.
But then
yeah,
why would they send Somali girls to the mixed school? Because mine was mixed.
Okay, that's a bit. I don't know. You know. Where you from? London.
Dirty Salt.
Okay.
South London. Born, bred, and battered me, old China.
It means a plus.
Streatham, you know about Streatham.
Yeah.
Huh?
You don't get to see no Abdis, but you get to see all the peng things. So fuck it.
No, they weren't. That's what I'm saying. The mad thing is, like, the Somali girls when they first came over, man, they were different. Like, they didn't talk. They didn't talk to nobody.
Buddha, you gotta act. I mean, Buddha, you have an echo, brother. I just want to say.
I have an echo.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, they didn't mix with anyone. Like,
Okay, yeah, I see that. I can see that. They're probably in their circle and that.
Yeah, like even like the Pakistani, like you'd think like because they wear hijabs, like the Pakistani girls never wear hijab. They were the only ones in the school that wear hijab, but they wouldn't even
Okay.
mix with
Anyone else?
Pakistanis or
Yeah.
Iranians or Syrians, nothing. Like, mad.
Yeah, you got Generation Zero. You basically saw Generation Zero. Now they're mingling.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. This is my one of my
you got
ex-girlfriends
an
was
echo,
Somali.
Buddha.
Man. Like, all right, what you saying? You want to go? What you saying,
No,
bro?
I'm
Like,
just saying maybe you like just check on it. At least check on it, bro. It's making the quality of the conversation horrible. I hear myself right now as I'm speaking. Maybe that'll work, Buddha. Maybe if when you're done talking, just mute. That's what I'm saying, brother. That's all. Because now
does it echo? Well, does it echo when I'm?
No, it doesn't.
No.
It don't, dude. That's how I know it's coming
All
from
right,
your
cool. I stay on mute.
Yeah,
But
what video are you lot watching? All I saw was Wagwan.
no, that was Buddha. Buddha brought that video in, fucking with Becca. He brought that video in. Said that was
So what happened with that Rebecca Dollar Soul, whatever the fuck her name was, the NCCP? I want to be black.
Rachel Dolezal.
Yeah, her.
You said what's
She's
up with her?
she's transracial. Now let everyone come for me now. Let.
Translate.
Is she still knocking about or what's the deal?
Yeah, she's going around promoting transracial, bro. I just said that.
Who?
Rachel Dolezal. She's going around. Have you not right? So if you don't know, there's been a new Netflix thing. Go watch it on Rachel Dolezal. She's going from place to place, doing seminars and whatnot, talking about how she
When you say new, how new? Because you've done one before.
It's quite recent, within the last month or so.
Oh wow.
And she's going around saying that she is transracial. She identifies as being black, even though she's not black, and blah 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 blah. So she's now promoting transracial.
No, wait. Born Rich, have you seen that Zeus guy? The Zeus fucking, oh my god. Oh wow. Let me pull up a video, man. Hold on.
So Rachel Dolezal is okay, tooting the horn of transracial.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. That's cool. That's naturally should have been her next step. I ain't gonna lie, fuck it. I was doing some bullshit. I got caught, so why not try to convince people?
Well, I mean,
do the same
essentially,
thing.
she's gonna make money.
Yeah, and convince people, hey, you should do the same thing.
I
wasn't
don't know,
wrong.
I mean,
I'm transracial.
you should watch
I
this.
hear she knows how to braid really good.
You should watch the Netflix thing, because there is footage of her going to one of these gatherings or whatnot, yeah. And there's quite a lot of black people there, quite a lot of black women there as well. And and then there's like two women that kind of challenged her on it, and it was quite interesting because their argument was to her is, how can you identify as a black woman when you don't understand the struggle? You haven't been through the struggle. You don't know what it is to be a black woman.
It's more than color.
Hold on, wait. Look at this guy in the back. Look at this guy in the back chat, yeah, and give me your honest opinion. Like, I don't know if this guy's trolling or he's got a mental health issue. Like, I fuck no.
Yo, hello. Am I lagging?
Yeah, go. Yeah, stops.
Oh, sorry, no. I thought I was lagging. I'm lagging.
Oh no, he came on my show before, Buddha.
Get the fuck. What? No
bullshit. No bullshit. I showed one of his videos before.
Post the show, man. I got to see this. Post the show.
Let me see. Let me post it, Buddha. For real. I seen him. That guy. He just want clout, man. He came to my little old show because I did a little segment about him and his bullshit. But like we were saying about Rachel Dolezal, man, that's the That's the natural progression of the bullshit she was trying to do. That's it. That's the natural
It's crazy
progression.
But
that
surely this Zeus guy's got to be worse than her, no?
He's on my show, Buddha. I don't even really want to give him no clout.
clout.
Just go watch the show. Like we killed him.
Where is it in the back chat?
Nah, let me find it. I gotta find it. I'm still trying to talk on this
But
show,
yeah.
Buddha, but I got it.
I don't know how they have to explain to the woman that struggles. They don't even have to tell her that their struggles or anything. And struggles doesn't have to equate to skin color. But anyway, regarding that, she ain't black. They just have to tell her that you ain't black, but it is what it is, man. The world's going crazy.
Number one, don't get is how the fuck did she get away with being black for so long? Like,
it's like same way people are getting away with becoming boy and boy becoming girl. Like, it's all the same dynamic.
Well, it's interesting you said that, Zilla, right? Because I've been trying to have this conversation for a while, but like everyone seems to like fixate on the transgender side of it, right? So, transgender versus transracial, is there any fucking difference?
No difference. It's they're both a lie.
Yeah.
Because think about it, like the women that confronted Rachel Dolezal.
no, Reebok. Well, listen, the difference is this: one will get you beaten up, and the other one will get you shot. That's the difference.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, right, these black women that was challenging Rachel Dolezal came from the things like she can't identify with their struggle and whatnot, which is true, because she can't. And it's the same thing for these so-called transgender men that want to. You can't identify with the woman. You can't. You don't know what it's like. You haven't been through the struggle. You don't know what it's like. It's the same fucking argument.
Have you watched the documentary What is a Woman?
No, I haven't.
I'm not gonna lie.
What you need the documentary? Like, come on, man. Like,
No, Buddha. So, so there's an argument going around, female versus woman. So female is basically the biological word for a female, basically, but whereas woman is a social contrast or concept or whatever they want to call it.
Construct.
That's it.
Social construct and gender. What was it? Gender something. Word for it.
Well, gender is a social construct. Sex is biological.
Okay.
And let me comment right quick. The dude who did What is a Woman? I'm guessing Matt Walsh. He would be the perfect white male to ask that question.
Why is that?
Probably because he's never had like a proper woman.
Well, he's got 4 kids and a wife.
So
how's that not a proper woman?
You haven't watched a lot of Matt Walsh, have you?
Nah, I just watched that movie.
Okay. Well, I'll leave it there. I encourage you to watch more Matt Walsh content.
Does he have content? As in content like YouTube?
Yeah, he's on. Are you familiar with Ben Shapiro?
I've heard the name. Here and there.
There is a conservative American organization. What is his? He's got like Candace Owens is on his media outfit. Just look up Ben Shapiro. He's got like several people. He's got essentially he's like a media person.
Ben Shapiro. I don't know what's going
And
on.
I cannot
like Donald Trump of Fox News. Like, he's a piece.
Yeah, he does a daily news show, a news commentary show. So, Matt Walsh is kind of a big deal, but you need to put him in context of the platform that he does that documentary from and all that stuff.
I want to see this video. Bull Rich, did you manage to find it? If not, like, just
it's hard. It's kind of hard to find it, man.
Do you know the name of it? I'll look for your videos later.
You probably made bad videos during that time. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I done made a lot of videos, bro. I was sitting there trying to
What did he have to say for him? Just like summarize. Like, what did he have to say for himself?
He was just saying you can't really tell me that. You can't really fucking tell me that I'm not black, and I don't know, man.
But this is the thing, it's the same argument with the transgenders. We can't tell them they're not man or they're not woman. It's the same
You
fucking
can't. I
thing.
can. Trust me, I can. No, it's not. What the fuck you talking about, man?
Of course it is. It's the same argument.
Bro, you go to universities, you go to university campuses or university grounds in United States or England, and you talk to them about gender and whatnot. They won't give you right answers. They have to be politically
I'm not
correct.
asking questions. I'm telling. Like, what? You think I'm gonna go and ask questions? I'm gonna tell them about themselves. Fuck that. Like,
they'll tell you no, get out. They'll probably get you arrested for hate speech. It's crazy.
Exactly. This is what I mean. But the thing is, it's getting to the point that they want us to use pronouns for them.
Yeah.
So and that's where it gets confusing, because now if you want to approach on the pronouns like she, her, and whatnot, how are we now going to differentiate who is actually a female and who isn't?
Well, let me ask an odd question. Is it really, I mean, in your personal lives, I mean, I don't know any transgender people, so it doesn't affect me much. Do y'all know more transgender people than I do?
I know a few.
Because I mean, pronouns don't mean much in my life. I live it day to day without worrying about it too much, other than proselytizing about it or watching it on the news. And I can always turn the
calm. But
news
listen,
off.
yeah, you keep not worrying about it. Then one day you'll draw a girl from a club, yeah, you'll bang it, and the next day you're
You
gonna
know
find out
what?
it's a
I'm past. I'm literally past club days. So I'll leave that pronoun stuff to young guys like you.
I mean, maybe it's not a thing for men. Maybe it's more of a woman, because it is mainly men that are transitioning over to be women for some strange reason. I don't know why, but maybe it's a conversation for the women to have, because it is an issue. And then obviously you guys need to talk about this
But
transracial
let
thing,
me.
because that's a big issue too.
Why is it an issue?
Because for women it's an issue, because once you start getting into the territory of calling this man who's pretending to be a woman
hold on, Reba, one moment.
then they're gonna want the same rights as a woman, aren't they? They're gonna be wanting to
But
share the
talking
bathrooms. They're gonna
about.
be want
Do
to
you
encroach
know
on
any of these people?
Listen, Stanley, I'm gonna tell you why it's an issue. The mere
Okay,
fact that you're
please do.
asking why it's an issue is
Please
the
do.
fucking issue. Yeah,
Please
that's
tell
the
me
reason.
why it's a fucking issue.
I've just told you the reason that you're saying why is it an issue is the issue that is the acceptance of it. You're going against nature's
You don't
law.
have to accept it. Who's asking you to?
You are accepting it. The mere fact that you're
No,
asking,
you know
why
what?
is it?
I just said
Sorry.
it does not
No,
matter to me.
Nacho,
It
wait a
does
minute.
not affect my day-to-day life.
And
Well,
that's the problem. Where it doesn't affect your day-to-day life means you've accepted it. And from when you accept it,
I'm sorry, son. You are incorrect there. I don't have to accept something that doesn't. Dude, you are getting way. Oh, it doesn't.
Don't you have family members? Or younger
Nope.
generations and no.
None of them are transgender.
But what about their kids' kids?
I probably won't be alive to worry about it.
But if you were alive, so you know, if
Nope.
God was, if, God
If I was alive, I will worry about it, but chances are I won't be. So I'm not going to get, I'm not going to worry about it. I'll worry about it if I have to.
Yeah. I guess that's you then, innit?
Yeah. So you're not worried about transracial people being
Well, that's an interesting point. She became transracial in Seattle, one of the least black cities in the States. She wouldn't do it in Alabama.
What's the difference? if you went to
Or
Alabama
Tennessee.
But what's the difference?
There are a lot more black people to be challenged. I mean, let's, to use a popular word, Seattle's more woke than Savannah, Georgia is. She
What
would
do you mean
probably
woke?
not have a good experience in Savannah, Georgia, but she lives in Seattle. People don't even, people like 90% of the population in Seattle probably don't know that much about black people, including the black people.
Huh? Come on, there's the age of the internet, man. I don't know.
Oh, well, you spend a lot of time on the internet. I got it.
I say it's the age of the internet, so it's you can't really say that state
Um,
don't really know anything about black people unless there's not a lot of black people there. Is
well,
that what you're trying to
down
say?
in Georgia where I live, there are a lot of black people, and we know about black people.
Well, that's null and void because she announced it to the whole America that she's black. So wherever she goes now, she's gonna get challenged.
So,
Yeah, she ain't. Yeah. She ain't black. She ain't black. Like she should stop it.
well, I
Like,
think all of America knows that.
yeah, she. I mean, just stop it. Stop it. I kind of feel the same way. I mean, ain't no kind. I feel the same way about the transgender, man. Stop it. Stop
Yeah.
it. What are you doing? But that's me. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm
That's
guessing there
born.
are not a lot of transgender people in Tennessee.
I mean, they're here, but no, I guess not a lot. Not a lot. I don't know what is that. What is it supposed to make me change the way I think about? Change the way I think.
That's all right.
No,
They're
no,
not
no,
here
no.
yet.
There's four of them.
I'm not. I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying you can feel the way you want to feel. You're entitled to it, of course. I'm just saying I don't worry about it day to day enough to even bring up the topic.
Yeah, I mean, nobody worries about it, but the sister on the panel brought it up, though. You know what I mean, Stanley? The sister on the panel brought the topic up, so now it's kind of she's saying it's similar, which I agree. You're pretending to be something that.
Now, I agree with that. I agree with that, but that also brings up essentially what is passing, going the opposite way. And there's a big tradition of people doing that, black people doing that.
Why you always want to take it there, Stanley? Hold on, I gotta make his phone
Well,
call.
no, I mean, how is it different? Is my point. And I'll stop. So I'm not going to worry about it too much.
But I think that's what the issue is, Stanley. People ain't worrying about it enough.
Well, see, I think they're worrying about it too much.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Now, I will admit, I'm living outside of Atlanta, so, I may not have to. But my question, I thought I asked it, is how many people on the panel know anybody transracial or transgender?
I know a couple of transgenders.
Well, you live in a big city, so,
I live in
you
London, but yeah.
then I will defer to your expertise, and your opinion may matter more than mine. It probably does, actually.
I mean, for me, it's more like them encroaching on women. That shouldn't become an issue. Like at the end of the day, if they want their thing, they want their thing. Do you know what I mean? But you shouldn't be encroaching on us to get what you want to get. Do you know what I mean? Like I think that's just wrong. But I think the other issue is, which does concern men, is some of these transgender women, because they've legally changed their birth certificate to female, they can lie to these men and say they're actually female and have relations with these men and not actually tell them. So
Well, I
this is where
think,
it becomes a man sort of issue. Because me personally, I don't know about you, but if I was a man and I felt like, yeah, I think I'd kind of be a bit, yeah. I wouldn't
Well,
be
I
happy.
mean, I'd be in my feelings too, but
Yeah.
I don't think you can change. Can you? Now, see, again, you know more than I do. I mean, you can change your name legally, but you can't go back and change your birth certificate.
Yeah, no, there's a well-known speakers corner lady called Sophia Lewis.
I see.
And she has, that's why I call her she, because she's legally changed her birth certificate to female, and
Really?
she was and she was actually the case I was just talking about that actually slept with a man and didn't tell him.
Yeah, that could be a problem. And frankly,
Oh well,
she might deserve what she gets.
yeah, but how can that be a problem if, hey, what you're saying, Stanley, we're giving people the choice to choose. Now, I can be a man that identifies as a woman.
Right.
So now if I'm dating a man, I don't have to tell him what I am.
Yeah, but born rich, you know
Maybe
the
naked.
good thing? There are six, I'm sorry, yeah, there's six conservatives, and Clarence Thomas is leading them. All
Yeah.
that stuff is gonna be struck down. You're not gonna be able to be gay. You're not gonna be able to be gay married. Um, the conservatives are gonna take care of business, so it doesn't have to worry you anymore.
Oh. Is that morally, Stanley? Morally, is that the right thing to do?
Morally,
Yeah.
um, that's a good question, Rich.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
I
Let's get
tend to be a
into it.
little bit more laissez-faire. As long as it doesn't affect me, I
Oh, that's
don't really
selfish.
care that much about
Oh,
it.
that's starting to get that's selfish, Stanley. That's
Well,
selfish.
that's American. That's libertarianism.
That's kind of
That's
selfish.
literally a libertarian viewpoint.
I don't know, man. That's kind of saying I don't really care how harsh the cops treat us because the cops don't do anything to me. You understand what I'm saying, Stanley? It's kind of
No, I don't see it that way though. I
if
mean,
it don't apply, let it fly. That's what it sounds like to me, Stanley.
well, yeah, but I mean, if the cops come and kill you because you're black, or they mistreat you based on race, like a stop and frisk thing, yeah, I have a problem with that, but it affects more than just me, and it affects a phenotype. Now, Rich, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just arguing my point. So I'm not drawing a line in the sand. I just don't feel the same way you do.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, Stanley. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Stanley. And
So
you know what?
I'm not making a quote moral stand. I don't know. There's some things I just don't care about, and I think what you're telling me is I should.
No, no,
And
no, no, Stanley. No, I'm not telling you that you should.
well, no.
I
I'm
just asked your question.
tell me.
That's your opinion.
I think it is fair for you to tell me why. Maybe that's what I'm asking. Why is it important? I mean, and yeah, morals, there's, religion, there's a belief in all that stuff. But in the end, when I'm shopping at, when I'm putting $6 gas in my tank, I don't think of transgender people.
No, I get you. I get you. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's still. I am an advocate of people having babies, especially black families. Not even having babies. I am an advocate of black families, Stanley. You know what I mean?
Dude,
So when
you
I
and
see,
me both.
hold on, Stanley, let me just explain this because I'm finna jump off here in a minute. But
Okay.
let me explain this, brother. I am an advocate for black families, right? So if I see anything that's going to jeopardize black families, my antennas go up. And sometimes ignorantly, Stanley, I'm automatically against it. You know what I mean, Stanley? I'm just honest. If I see anything
No,
that's
I
trying to
don't think it's
compromise,
no. You're anything but ignorant.
yeah. But I'm just
You're
saying, if I see,
concerned. There's nothing wrong with that.
yeah, if I see anything that is compromising black families, then I'm against it. So I'm gonna do the research and try to tell people the reasons why I am against it. I'm just against it.
Got it.
Uh-huh. And in order to have black families, you have to have black babies. So, yeah, no, that's me. That's me on that. But look, on that note, guys, look, man, it's like 6:42 my time. I'm about to get out on this Saturday night and have some fun, family. You know what I mean? I'm catching the sun at the right time where it's going down, and you know what I mean?
You're not
It's warm. It's still warm as shit, but it's not as
you're
hot.
not worried about you going to the club. Look out for them transgender women.
I never look out for them if they're around. You know what I mean? I'm not, I don't really be in those places, but
I'm kidding.
I know you are.
I'm just kidding.
But if they're around, shit, they're around. I don't harm them. I'll tell you that we don't harm them. So I want that narrative to be shut down that black men are harming transgenders. We don't harm them. They're around. Yeah, they're around. They're around. So we don't harm them. But yes, man. Listen, final answer of the day. Hold on. What's the name of this show, Stanley? It was a crazy title, Stanley. What's the name
Well, I
of
don't
this?
know. I'm on StreamYard. I don't have YouTube up.
I got you, Stanley. Before we get out of here, Stanley, answer this question. Are women smart enough to decide what happens with their bodies?
101%.
There we go. Shout out my brother Stanley. I agree with Stanley. Women, you are beautiful. You know what I mean? You're lovely. And I'll end on this note. If no one has told you today that they love you, let me be the first one to say that I love you. I love you. I love you, family. Peace.
I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk. Drive, motherfucker!